This whole week, I've been trying to do stuff off camera. This whole week, I've been trying to get some of the boring parts of the game, you know, the padding, let's call it what it is, done off camera. And I've gotten a little bit done, maybe like 5 hours, but that's it. That's all. I have been trying to get so much more done, and stuff keeps getting in the way. Like last night, for example, I was going to, but then a Savicom asked me to do some editing on her story, and the last time I put off editing someone's story, I regretted it to this very day. Like, I still feel bad about that. So, not going to put that off. So I took the time to edit her story. Cool, that's done. So I'm like, no problem. I'll wake up early this morning. I'll get in here. I got this. It's going to be cool. Everything's going to be fine. I'll just get some off-camera work done here. And then I had to help my middle niece, Minnie Y, get ready for the big field trip today. I say had to. I chose to. And then once she was all ready to go, my sister was like, hey, so I haven't had a chance to try out that whole Pandaria remix thing in World of Warcraft yet. Do you want to go through that with me for a bit? And I realized in that moment that I had the choice to do work or to hang out with my sister, which is something I don't get to do very often. And I chose to hang out with my sister, and I understand that that's selfish, and I do feel bad about it, and I do apologize for it. But that's why we're going to do boring stuff today. So if you're watching this on the VOD, we're doing nothing of interest today. You can freely skip to the next VOD, and you will skip nothing. So, without further ado, let's go do boring stuff. Although I do want to point out something I find amusing. Watch while this thing moves. It just, like, bops, like it's hovering. Like, look at it. Look at it. It's ridiculous. Anyways, alright, so... Oh, right. Let me get some frickin' music going. Yeah, we spent an entire stream collecting arrows. Which, by the way, I have to do again. God. From what metric, Act? I mean, no, I agree, Jesse Ward. It's just, I do feel bad about it, because I did deliberately decide not to work in favor of being with my sister. Favorite overall, probably Meadow, I would say that night. You know, I suppose that's fair, Frieza. Interestingly enough, another problem I'm having is I don't have a lot of weapons right now. And I don't have a lot of sources of weapons right now. Oh, absolutely, Taquetta. Are you kidding me? Yeah, someone, I think it was Bladeval, put this out earlier. This score is not representative. A lot of these negatives are currently in question mark status because we haven't decided how many negatives we're giving them. That's 34 codified negatives. So that's not great. We could go camp hunting. That's true. We haven't actually done that because I'd rather chew on molten glass than do that. But you know what? We'll try it as soon as we do a couple of things here first. Although while I'm here, okay, that's what I thought. I do love the giant dust storm it kicks up as it's roaming the desert over there. No, we're not grinding for money right now. I'm going to try not to do that on camera. It's so much easier when I've just got something to watch and zone out on while I'm doing that, because it is so mind-numbing. And it's going to take probably about another hour to do. Give or take. Alright, hang on. What am I missing here? Is this a DLC one? It is a DLC one. Of course it is. Alright, well, next. No, there we go. You know, you say that, Frieza, I'm not really sure. Like, as much as I kind of joke, the fact is that, oh, geez. Oh, yeah, that's brilliant. This is what we call a sandstorm. as much as I joke... Oh, and it's gone. Cool. The method I was using off of the scales is approximately 150 rupees about every 30 seconds. No, like, even if we do some camps, that might at absolute most shave like a minute off my overall time of farming. You found me. Alright, where am I going? I'm blind. I think it's this way. Oh, jeez, hang on. Where am I going? This way. So, no durability loss on the sand, just like in the snow. In fact, I've actually been doing a little code looking into this. The sand and the snow are the same thing programming-wise. In fact, if you pay attention, I think that's even the same texture. It's just colored differently. That's not a complaint. It makes a lot of sense to repurpose those. It's just interesting that they are that similar. And yes, we do have the house, so we've got our elemental weapons, most of our elemental weapons stored, and a couple of good bows stored. When did we start this game? Monday, right? Or was it Tuesday? Basically, I'm wondering if we're on day 5 or 4. Because it's one of the two. Could you get off the thing there? Please? Please get off the thing. Please? Okay, cool. Good to know. Time to murder. Alright, although I should look up what that takes, because I don't actually remember off the top of my head. Happy 210-year birthday, I suppose, Christmas. Right. Okay, so that's, yeah, alright, so cool. We'll come back to that. Later. I am shocked we haven't encountered the, hey, here's the other dungeon cutscene yet. I mean, it looks like the clouds are deliberately obfuscating our path, so that's cool. Oh, I've been sick of the music for like 3 or 4 days now, Platonia. You kidding me? I just decided to pick up a soundtrack that's going to override the in-game sound enough that all I can hear is my soundtrack. I will admit, though, Link being the villain doesn't interest me as much as anyone else being the protagonist. And I do mean pretty much anyone else. In contrast to, say, the Metroid situation, where I'm perfectly content to continue playing as Samus, at least, especially because, you know, her story arc has basically just started. There it is. Game. Cool. Anyways, Link... We've been playing as Link for a long time. He's well-trod ground at this point. And it's not the same Link, which is even worse. So, Yeah, I'm down to play as someone else. We never will. They will never do that. We can play as Daisy and Mario Brothers. But we cannot play as anyone other than Link and Zelda. I have not, Hira. What are they? That's another thing. In Pokemon, we can play all sorts of people who are not red. Bull crap! Bull crap! God damn, game. You're so far away I can barely see you. You shouldn't be light. What are you, lightning artillery? Although that is a cool idea. I mean, have they, Crazy Norse? They have had many opportunities to branch out. And what's the closest they've gotten? Spirit Tracks. Which, granted, I actually do enjoy that particular aspect of Spirit Tracks. So we'll talk about them when we get there. But that's it. So we do have Cadence, something that was originally intended as a DLC for another game. Sorry, kid. The great Tali isn't in the mood to get autographs. Can you come back later? What happened? Use your eyes. The Divine Beast is stopping around, so we can't use the Sandseal race course. Suppose you can stand around here if you want, but I prefer if you did it elsewhere. Sandseal racing? So everyone in the world has heard of Sandseal racing except you. I'm trying to get a shot of her face. We've been sleeping under a rock. Sandseal racing is a sport where people guide sand seals through arches as they race towards the finish line. The race for the fastest time wins. A true Gerudo tradition, but that thing sucks. Okay, who's Tali? Are you serious right now? You're not seriously saying you don't recognize Tali, the sand seal racing champion, do you? That stupid Divine Beast is the only thing stopping us. I'm the one who raised Tali into the sand seal champion she is. Yeah, I understood Tali. Little blaze of sand does this Divine Beast think it is? No one upsets the great Tali and gets away with it. Anyways, can I just, like, do this? Hey, hey! Only one who's proven themselves may touch that ancient item. Can I just murder you two and then do it anyways, please? Is that a thing I could do? Asking for a friend. Yeah, I was about to say, also, that Divine Beast has been there for a century, but, as we pointed out earlier, they've only been active recently. I mean, that's pretty much exactly why they'll probably never do that, Crazy Norse. Which goes back to what X says. They're cowards. And I'm sorry, that is the only way to say that. If you are so afraid of fan backlash, you are unwilling to try something, then you are a coward. So there's our sand seals. Orf, orf, orf. Hi. Did we cross the desert on foot? Yeah, actually. Must have been hard to walk through the desert, especially having your feet sink into the sand. Common sense to travel with sand seals around here. My name's Frelly. I run a shop in Gerudo Town where I rent out sand seals. Most people can't take the time to train them, so I rent out the ones I've trained. Cool, thanks. Favorite Shadowland zone visually? I mean, obviously it's Ardenweald. Second favorite, that would take me a moment to think about. No, I don't mean like Link being an antagonist. Like I said, I have no opinion on that. I don't care. And frankly, making Link an antagonist, you're going to have to earn that. That's like saying, all right, the villain of the next game is Master Chief. It's like, well, but why? Like, you got to work to that, right? You got to work up to that. However, interesting. However, if you do a thing with the words, if you are married to the idea that Link has to... Where's my Master Sword? The Link has to be the playable character, and that there's no possibility elsewise. What are you even doing? You know? How would I believably make Link... Oh, jeez. So I've never thought about that. So I now have to engage in thinking about that. How do we make Link an antagonist and not make it suck? And yeah, Crazy Norse gives the easy answer, which for the record I hate. Oh, it's easy. He's possessed. The red kryptonite turned him evil, right? And that's bullcrap. So let's not do that. God, I hate this song so much. You know what? Hang on. We're gonna run over this song. We're gonna run over this song with a song that's louder than it, because I'm sick to death of this goddamn song. So y'all gonna live with this. Now, another tried and true method to make a good guy into a bad guy is to do a thing where they get a little bit Templar-y, right? Like, they make it so it's like, wahaha, I will maintain peace and order at any cost. They tried that with X and then failed at it, thanks to some meddling. We talked about that in the Zero series. They have also done that with Superman. Oh yeah, there's also the evil copy, which they've also done with Superman. Okay, do I have to waste an arrow on you? Nope, okay. You know, honestly, I like Frieza's idea. I don't even know if you intended that. So, hear me out for a second. What if... Hear me out for a second. So, the Zelda series implies that there's reincarnation going on, but they never actually dip their toes into confirming that, right? And there's actually a couple of Zelda games that specifically defy the idea that they are, in fact, reincarnated versions of previous characters. Reason I bring this up? Let's codify it not being a reincarnation thing. Let's just throw that out the window. But let's say that one of the descendants of one of the heroes is like, behold, I am the hero. And he's just not a good person. He becomes a tyrant. He uses his power and influence and strength to just take over Hyrule. Claims the princess, who is not Zelda, by the way. Claims the princess, claims the throne, and just becomes king of Hyrule. And he gets away with so much of it at the beginning of his campaign because everyone thinks he's the hero. Because he is actually the descendant of the hero. He is the next one in the next cycle or whatever. That's how I do it. He's just not a good person. The end. I think that works for me better than a lot of the other alternatives. Alright, where... Now the question is... Okay, prisoners. I love how many of you are making the same joke. I just want you to know that. There we go. Oh, that's why. that's a terrible, terrible thing, Dark Knight, if that's true. Okay. Anything else worth it? Oh my god, it's so piercing. I can hear it through Mega Man X. What is wrong with whoever composed this goddamn piece of garbage song? Alright, alright. We're gonna try. We're gonna do this. And I'm gonna turn the volume up on my end. There we go. So now you can't hear anything. And I can't even hear myself talking because I have just cranked Mega Man X music to absolute max. That actually feels better. That's much more relaxing. Okay, so what else have I got here? Are there any other? Yes. So that'll give me access to another thing, which I do want. It depends on the game, Yura. You don't have to do it in this game. Eh. So that'll get that to there. Then I need 2 more. How the hell? None of it, believe it or not, Trey. Actually, they were really cool about it. Yeah, I was about to say, I wonder if they just want us to use metal weapons, because you notice there's only 2 metal tools they have given us to extend the circuitry. And that is not enough. Ow. Well, I am an idiot, Frieza, so that might be my problem here. Hi, Ginkgo. No, Chris Norris. Because then you're playing as Link again. And if there's one thing I want out of all of this, it's to not play as Link. That's the goal, right? Like, that's the objective here. To not be Link. Well, but... like, what do we do? Congrats, Blue Fusion Bolt. I do hope that that is a joyous occasion and not a tearful one, because sometimes it can be. Weapons do conduct electricity, but that's neither here nor there. I mean, I rename Link as Ganon in most of the games I play, so... Mega Man music. What's really irritating is I could still hear the piercing underneath all of the Mega Man. And isn't that just an analogy right there? What are you listening to? Piercing. And also Mega Man. What? Yeah, I know, it's piercing Mega Man. Huh? Oh, a Goron. Well, that's even more terrifying. Well, as it happens, GTA 6 is on the block, so to speak, Dark Day. On the list, less, so to speaky. So, yeah, the idea I posited years ago at this point, why don't we just play as frickin' Ganondorf? Make him not evil. Like, I realize we're just doing some subvert expectations things, but to be honest, that's not why I'm doing it. I just find the idea more engaging as a writer and as a player that we're playing as someone who is fated to be evil and says, no! Screw that, and screw you, and screw your goddamn destiny. And I know, that's a classic cliche. That's a very, very, very old cliche. I don't care. Everything's a cliche. I just happen to like that kind of story. Hell, if we really wanted to go with it, what we could do is we could say that Link... I'm sorry, I'm getting too past this. Thank you very, very much, Dark Day. Here, have some music. I'm sorry, I just realized that's probably really loud. I apologize. I apologize. Sorry. Sorry. Didn't even realize that. Yeah. Anyways, I'm dumb, okay? So, Dark Day 95. Let's putting that towards Dragon Quest 11, GTA 6, and the Doom blog. Link is an antagonist, but he's not the villain, and he's not the final boss. He's the king of Hyrule. He does exactly what I said. He took over, right? Like, he uses... Damn it, Blackball. He uses his position, his power. He's not possessed. He uses his position, his power to take over the kingdom. And for whatever reason... There we go. That just doesn't do it for him, right? Like, he's just... He's not feeling it, or... I'm saying this wrong. I'm saying this so wrong. He's not evil, is the point I'm trying to get across. So, you know, I said he becomes a tyrant, but hang on. Slight variance there. Rather than being a tyrant, he's just... Looks like that one will do. Not good. Believe it or not, there's a gradient in between evil and good. I know. People like to pretend there isn't. But there's a gradient there, right? So we start off playing as Ganondorf. Now, his arc is really obvious. Yeah, exactly, Dakota. Ganondorf's arc is obvious. Screw it. Screw the goddesses. Screw all this crap. I'm not putting up with this anymore. And so he runs around and starts being good out of what can only be referred to as spite. Now, maybe he ends up liking, maybe not. We can do some character stuff here. It doesn't matter. Because the point is that Ganondorf pushes up against the tide of fate or destiny or whatever the hell you want to call it. This leads him directly into not quite conflict with another person, who then becomes our second playable character, Zelda. And as we're playing as Zelda... Turn this down a little bit. Just don't do this. As we're playing as Zelda, gameplay changes. Different gameplay mechanisms. And her main job is trying to figure out what the hell is going on with Link. Like, this is supposed to be the hero of destiny. Why is he being a prick like this? Explain yourself! Yeah, exactly, Darker. I would even have Demise, finally, be a character. Exactly as you just described it, Crazy Horse. A voice in the head. Or, sorry, as Darkrai described it. Sorry. Giving wrong people credit. Oh yeah, I need to... It's daytime. It's okay. I actually, believe it or not, came prepared for this. There we go. Actually, yeah, I should probably... okay, let's do this other thing real quick. But yeah, do a Dark Urge kind of a thing. There is a voice that Ganondorf is constantly telling to piss off. And that voice is the voice of Demise, the curse, the malice. Capital M, malice. Oh, so focused. Do you have any business? Are you spying? I'm not a spy. I'm a merchant. I'm actually leader of a caravan. Travel all the way here, but this town doesn't allow men to get in, so I had to, Let's research. I finally found a way how to sneak into town. I'm going to share with you my heroic tale. It's been close to a week now. The guards have kicked me out more times than I can count. I almost gave up hope. However, I've only learned of a man that slipped into the well-guarded town. The man is strictly traveling between Karakura Bazaar and Gerudo town. I've been waiting to try to spot him. Okay. Sure. Highland Earth. A couple, Dark Day, but it's very vague. It's the same with Zelda. She's not much of a character. Really, game? Okay. So you play as Zelda, And you get where this is going. I'm sorry. I sort of felt that was self-explanatory. You start off as Ganondorf, then you play as Zelda, then you play as Link. And then, ideally, you do a section where you play as all three, and can, like, either swap between them, or, like, it's a dungeon where you do one as Ganondorf, then one as Zelda, then one as Link. Or the reverse of that, Link, Zelda, Ganondorf. Either way, you get the direction, and the final boss is Demise. The final boss is the source of the curse, and the source of the cycle. Whoosh. Erase. Gone. Cycle ended. Status quo changed. They'd never do that. They will never do that. Actually, yeah, the three goddesses are actually the super optionals. I was thinking the exact same thing. No one wants to play as Ganondorf. Don't be ridiculous. We want to play as Link. And no one else. Ever. No, let's not go... Let's not monolith this, Frieza. We've already done that enough with Breath of the Wild. Man, I sure wish I could teleport my horse to me. Then again, I'd probably kill my horse out here. Let's not do that. Ganon deserves better. I knew it, Blade Taval. Now you're giving me this cutscene? I've literally already been attacked by it twice. God, this thing looks dumb. And I like AT-ATs. This thing looks like a fidget toy that never stopped fidgeting. For real, though, I would be curious why you would dislike playing as Ganondorf, and, indeed, anything other than Link in a Zelda game. And why do you hate puppies, Blade Taval? Beautiful woman in the land. Bob! By the way, I hope you brought 600 rupees for this section, because this is essentially mandatory in order to progress through the quests. So nice to them. I'm sure you agree these clothes only help my look, right? The stone would look quite fetching on you. Yep. 600 rupees. Here you go. And yeah, this is essentially a money barrier. Now, we have plenty of money because we've been farming the crap out of that stupid dragon. No, I just double-checked, Frieza. It's 600 rupees. My God, you make for a good-looking gal. That's a traditional Gerudo outfit. Such a striking look around here. I doubt anyone would suspect you're a man. It breathes so well, you don't have to deal with the heat. At least a little. Yeah, it provides like a very small amount of heat protection. Make sure you watch out for the wind.
Ah.
Okay, so now we can get into the town. Yes, we are now one with the Gerudo, whose policy of not allowing anybody who isn't female into their town is actually really, really stupid. And the more you think about it, the stupider it is. A desert outpost like this essentially relies on trade in order to operate. They do not have the natural resources to function on their own. This is true in real life, and this is true in fiction as well. You're out here in the middle of nowhere, you need to figure out how to survive. So what you need is you need a strong trade hub. What they probably should have is this district just dedicated towards trade, where everyone can go. Please remember that the person who gave us this quest was, that's right, a merchant, who can't get into trade because he's a guy. That's dumb. That's more or less suicide. Still spying?
Oh.
No, of course not. I'm just investigating. This exchange feels incredibly familiar to me. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it.
Savak. Eh?
Pretty close. You don't see many kinsmen wearing that style often. I bet it drives the Vo out in the world wild. I'm at the perfect age to travel and see what the world holds myself, but I've barely explored this desert. Adventurers won't come and find me. Adventures won't come and find me, I know. I have to put myself out there. I like staying around the familiar, I guess. You, though, you should see the world. Meet new people. Maybe you'll meet a nice Vo. Cool.
Savak.
We don't get a lot of Hylian Vi around here. Welcome to Gerudo Town. An old tradition here that only Vi are allowed in the walls. Vo are strictly forbidden. Yeah.
Oh.
Stop by the canteen. Do yourself a favor. Order a noble pursuit. It's the best drink I've ever had. Yay. Can I just say that purely aesthetically, this is probably my favorite town of the 5 in this one. And I don't mean because of the blinding death bloom. Oh, God! It's okay. The sun's going down soon. Soon we won't be completely blind.
Oh.
Savak. That V is really tricky to imagine. Feels like I got it here, though. Yeah, sure.
Oh.
Good day. I really want to use the actual Gerudo greeting. You know, Savak. But instead I'm going to get a donation from Jesse's mask for some reason. I'm worried I mess it up and embarrass myself. You know, like, look at me, I can speak another language. It just feels like bragging. I don't overthink it. You put too much thought into it? Yeah, maybe you're right. Gerudo Town's so different from home. I live in Rito. You don't really get many visitors, so I'm not really familiar with non-Rito. But now that I'm here, I should enjoy myself. I wanted to start out trying some of the meat, but they don't have poultry. No questions. Alright, so. First of all, Hephaestus, thank you very much for the sub. And for the peace through power. Peace through power. Peace through power. My notes. There. And then there was StarCraft music. Top 3 factions? Are there more than 3 factions in Command & Conquer? Unless you mean all the Command & Conquers and not just mainline Command & Conquer. In which case, obviously, all 3 from Red Alert 3. I mean, that's just such a duh. So, RTS block, Age of Empires block. Sense of a trend here. That's satisfactory. Thank you, Hephaestus. Always appreciate you. And thank you far too much, Jesse's Mask. Much obliged and much appreciated. Thank you. Give me a moment. Put that towards the Croatia special. Andromeda, Colony Ship, and Gothic. And taking a drink. So, can I admit something embarrassing? Can I do that? Is that allowed on the internet? The stream? Yesterday's second stream, I was so mind-numbing, I think is the phrase I want to use, that I legitimately struggle to think about what we did during it. And I don't just mean now, I mean last night, while I was having dinner, I was asked, you know, how far did you get in Breath of the Wild? And I stalled because I couldn't come up with an answer. What did I do yesterday? I don't remember. And I'm not actually joking. It all blurs so hard that I don't know what we've been doing. Yeah, it's all turning into this nice big gray slurry. We did kill the dragon. Not actually all that much on camera. I did most of that off camera. Did about an hour of that off camera. Yeah, we got the Master Sword. I remember that. I remember the first shift. Because we pretty much did the forest on the first shift. Like all the 3 trials and the Master Sword. I know we bought the house. I remember that because that's how we started. Because I had just gotten the 49 dragon scales. I sold those. I know we got the Blood Moon shrine. And I know we tested the fact that the arrow restock system is total garbage. And we started the village quest. But the first step is to go to the only place we haven't been yet, so we haven't continued that yet. And I have no real distinct memories other than that. So... like, I'm not saying that to bash the game. I'm stressing this because this is a legitimate problem I had last night. I was like, what the hell did I just do for the last 4 hours of my life? And I couldn't come up with a solid answer to that. Yeah, I remember spending about 20 minutes buying stuff for the house because this game does not respect your time. Speaking of, there's arrows, although, where are we at on arrows? 48, okay. Stop having the bow out. There you go. Oh, and that's some opulence right there. A display of water in the desert. We did climb. That's a thing that probably happened. You guys in love. When I'm all grown up, I will be. I'll go to Mr. Size class, I'll become in love, and I'll get married. Mom says it's really strange Mr. Sai is unmarried, but teaches her class on Vo. I wonder what unmarried means. I heard being in love and being married is the sweetest thing in the world. But I like berries, and those are really sweet. I wonder if I can handle something sweeter than that. Oh, that reminds me, Blade Chevelle. My sister and I couldn't remember. Because I think it was you who came up with the idea. What time did you come up with? What term did you come up with other than time waster? You remember that? We were trying to come up with a term for the time waster genre. And time waster sounded too negative, so... Oh. How much are these? Oh, these are a joke. They also don't actually have heat resistance. Was it a time killer? I think it was time killer, now that you say that.
Sabak.
Savak. Great, you got the last of my free time with that greeting. What's the matter? I manage a shop that specializes in handmade accessories, but I've run out of flint. If only I had 10 flint. Yeah, as with all side quests, get 10 of such and such. I think we literally don't have that much flint right now. Because we've been using it. Oh, no, we do. We barely do. Here, have the stupid flint. I mean, honestly, ditto act, but the point was to try and come up with a non-derogatory term for it, because the point is to be non-derogatory. Some people do have time to burn. Now that I have some flint, I can make you a jeweled accessory. Let's go with topaz. Electric resistance, yes please. I think this will be longer than any Zelda game with one exception, Trihexia. After all, and this bears repeating, we're using We're using guides, and we understand some of what we're doing. Like, we're not doing this blind, you know what I mean? What I'm trying to say is this game would probably be at least 50% longer, bare minimum, if we were doing this blind. So yeah, Tears also has the build mechanic, and, well, you know me. I like me a good build mechanic. Oh my god, they've got water on the roofs. Listen, the more Koroks we can torture, the better. So if we're gonna do that, let's go for broke.
Saba Saba. Oh.
Yeah, that's cool. How do I rent? Please rent to me. I wish to procure your thing. I steal your weapons. I chose not to steal your weapons. Out of the kindness of my heart. Please see the front desk. Where's the front desk? What constitutes a front desk in this category? Okay, whatever. Well, I was going to see how much it costs, but, you know. Oh, hey, it's Sand Boot Guy. What was I? I'm 35, single, and I love jogging on the sand. Everyone says I'm as tenacious as a tick, and I think some of them mean it in a nice way, too. That around, pretty rough and tumble place. Want to hang out for a while? You notice these old things? Yeah, they're sand boots. They let me traverse the desert without being slowed down. If you want to check them out, we could grab a quiet... No, give me those boots. Huh? Oh, well, here's the thing. They're super rare, and I'd happily give them to you, but... Wait, this is a golden chance to woo. I mean, sure, I'd love to give them to you, you hungry little boot monster, but first a favor. Ever heard the legend of the 8th heroine? Everyone's heard the legend of the Gerudo region about its 7 heroines, but some of them tell of an 8th heroine. Wiped clean from history, no one knows why or how. A phantom known by all, but seen by none. Been taken with the legend since I was a child. Find her, show me the 8th heroine, I'll show you the sound boots. Okay. According to those who idolize her, she is enshrined somewhere in the Gerudo Highlands. They have a nickname, the Bronze Giant. Right. Yep, got it. Upper half needs to be visible. Understand. You're into boobs. Yeah, I don't care, dude. And as Miss Boots spins her wheels on it, we'll grow closer and closer, and then... Yep, he's trying to woo us, by the way, if you missed that. So, that's cool. Anyways, I mean, the GLA are funnier than they should be, because they're really, really awful. But that's always been their approach with the evil factions. They're evil, but they're funny evil. No. Come back to me, Seal. Come back to me. Give me your precious seal blubber. What am I taking? It's cold? I'm taking cold damage. Oh my god. Well, if I'm already taking cold damage... Now that we're no longer taking that, let's get rid of that problem. Like the Soviets in all the Red Alerts. They're evil, but like, they're funny evil, you know? And yeah, the GLA is the same thing. Can I have some shoes, please? You know. Like, that's awful, but it's funny. Pretty bad, Blue Fusion Volt, pretty bad. And yeah, the Nod were originally played pretty straight. They leaned into the cheese after Red Alert came out. Go figure. Red Alert 2, specifically. So the Nod are just straight up cultists in, like, CNC 1. But by the time we get to CNC 3... Oh, and in CNC 2, they're like... They're Sith. Or Drow. Or whatever you want to call them. And yes, you did, Madman Roby. Robi. I mean, Joseph Kukin is legit. Always has been. There it is. Be free, little seal. real quick. How bad is this? How bad is the third one? Yeah, you need money because nobody gives you money. Yep, yep. 10,000. So why are there 5 then? Really crazy, Nurse. That's amusing. I know what you meant. The C is right next to the V, after all. But for real, there's a... Hang on, do this. Yeah, there are 5 fairies. Oh, the horse god's the 5th one. Okay, that makes sense. I don't even remember him. Her? It? I don't know. Apparently requires 1,000. Interesting. Anyways, lightning. Favorite fairy design? Honestly, the classic LTTP one is probably mine. Don't worry, Act. They'll never ever do a proper remaster of it. I should know because they just released it on Steam and everyone was like, yay! And it wasn't a remaster. It wasn't even a port. No, I'm dead serious. They literally took the CDs and just dumped the files of the CDs onto Steam. That's... I honestly think that doesn't even qualify as a port. Because that's just... what the crap. Would that even work these days? Speaking from personal experience, no. Or if you mean, will the game work? In which case, no. As usual, there's probably some fan mods and fan patches to get that into playable functionality, but you know the rule. That's a nope. That's a paddling. Hello, Dragon Player. All I do is review mods. Yeah, Generals is the sad one, because... Call me a weirdo, I really liked Generals. I enjoyed Generals. And then, well, sucks to be me. I never got around to playing Generals 2, though. I'm not sure about how that one works. Happy Friday, TSB. I do hope your Friday is going as a fun day. See you around, Jesse Ward. Feel well, feel better. Interesting. Thank you for the donation, Game Geek. Always appreciate. Yeah, Doom 3 I almost disincluded from the Doom block because of technical issues. It's okay, TSB. The score is actually worse than it looks like. And better, too. One of these days I'm going to do that thing I do where I sit down and really codify my notes and solidify it, but that requires time, and, well, here we are. Okay, so... I don't, in honesty, remember what kind of microtransactions this game had. Hey, I just saved a minute of farming later. Oh, the amiibos. Yep. Negative to gameplay. I'm with that. Just out of the gate. Yep. Amiibos. Well, hopefully, Darkrai, at the exact moment at which the heat death of the universe hits. I was actually thinking about that, Frieza. The fact that you can only hit an amiibo once per day, and that it has a random chance, which I found out thanks to the Majora's thing, that's awful. So, yeah, second negative given. Done. Easy. I have not, no, Crazy Rush. The only reason I bought the amiibos is exactly as you described. Because they're really cool figurines of characters that I like from games that I like. That's why I only have like 8 of them, total. Yeah, that's what I thought. Amiibos can be used on a few games, yes. No. But whether or not amiibos are going to be a negative is kind of case by case, I would say. Interesting. In this case, I think it's justified because you could tell they were still figuring out how the amiibo system worked. This is pretty early on in the amiibo's life cycle. And how it works is it kind of sucks. I like to put that as nicely as I can. Frieza is detailing it pretty nicely in chat right now. Oh my god. Did my bot just die? Yeah, exactly, Darker. In some cases, it's whatever, right? But in this case, like, there are tangible benefits you get from having amiibos. And in fact, there are several cases where you cannot get certain things unless you buy the amiibos. Like the Majora's Mask suit I just referenced. Why is this being weird? Don't you love this song, by the way? Isn't this a great song? Isn't it so beautiful and perfect in every way? in other waters. Goodbye, Volcano High. Road Warden. Dead Rising. Futurama. Streaminations. Thief Block. Thank you very much, Game Geek. I always appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, this music is fire. Okay, so that's the inverse of what I wanted to do. Go that way. I've been getting the weirdest spam lately. Hey, are you looking for a job? Would you like to have a job? We can help you with getting a job. And trust me, that is spam. Those of you not aware of that particular trend of scamming right now. Come on, there we go. What you doing? And I am, of course, wrong. Oh, duh, because I'm an idiot. There we go. That should do it. God, or wake up. So, am I enjoying Breath of the Wild? Anyways, I mean, it's not a real job. That's pretty much the problem. No, whole day. It is scams. It is people trying to scam other people. I know this is going to sound like a very controversial opinion. Might be the most controversial opinion I've ever given, but not a big fan of scammers. I actually get the reference. I just had to clarify, because I don't think my audience has even heard of Simpsons. Have you all ever heard of this Simpsons thing? It's something from, you know, eons ago. It's time to cancel me, Dragon Player. Alright, first of all, thank you, TSB. I'll jot that down for MLP. The worst G5. Yeah, that's the one, Jesse's. DBZ Kakarot and Gravity Falls, which I believe is a show. And let me get rid of this spam that's just sitting here being like, hey, I'm spam. Spam. Okay. And then Vigilant donated. Thank you very much, Vigilant. Always. And that is going towards... 1 second here. Kaiserreich, Old World Blues, KOTOR 2. Oh, geez. Can I pass? So Vigilant asks the question. Let's bring Star Wars into this. You have congratulations. You have the Force. Good job. You can now decide a particular person will train you in the Force in Star Wars. But it can't be Luke. Whom do you pick? And my first thought is, null, thank you. Force is awful. Screw the Force. But obviously that's not really the answer. So, let's see. I would not want to be trained by Kreia. That is a terrible, terrible idea. That would be a very abusive, unpleasant relationship. By someone who is arguably insane. Okay, now let's go ahead and get a little bit of protection going. Is it from the set bonus? I think it is. There we go. Oh god, I'm literally going the wrong way. I'm literally going the wrong way. Oh god, left! 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 No! No, my seal friend, left! Okay, there we go. We're okay, we're okay. Through the sandstorm. Why am I taking damage? Oh, it's even hotter than that. Oh my god, okay, fine. I got this food. Does he have to pat his stomach after he eats? It's kind of creepy. One second before I look at that sub. Nihilus. I don't think Nihilus does apprentices in the strictest sense of the word.
Hey.
We did it. We made Link evil. Yeah, I wouldn't call Visas Mar an apprentice. More like a pet puppy. An abused pet puppy. You know, like the really sad ones you see on those after-school specials. Don't ever look up what people do to dogs, by the way, for real. Don't do that. You don't want to know that. Whoa, way off course. Way off course. There's that mini-boss. I don't think we need to fight him. Oh, no, we do, don't we? He's how we unlock the thing, isn't it?
Hey.
Oh, okay.
Hey.
Need a real weapon. I mean, probably Kirk or Picard. That's not really much of a choice for us. Hey, Sandworm, I'm over here. Too slow. Yeah, I know it's not a worm, but still. Same archetype. Go away. I'm busy with something real. Seriously, go away. What are you doing? Go away! What are you doing? Stop existing! Jesus, dude. don't have time for this crap. I don't remember how to fight this thing. Oh, that's not how you fight this thing. Holy crap. Oh my god. I know there's a way to stun it. I just don't remember how. Hold on, hold on. Let's pop some armor here. Let's say thank you. Thank you very much. That was Ect. And TSB. Thank you, both of you, very, very much for your subs. You know, I'd probably go with Ahsoka, I think. Like, I'm trying to think of the least Jedi of the Jedis, and that's what I got. Of course, now I'm taking fire damage. Of course I am. No, she's not a Jedi. That's the point. Also, I never said they have to be a Jedi. Want a Qui-Gon? Eh... see. So TSBs, hang on. TSBs is going towards DMD block, Undertale yellow, and Kaiserreich. And X is going towards, scroll up, in other waters, goodbye Volcano High, and Road Warden. There we go. Why not Han? I don't really want to be trained in the Force by Han Solo. If I have to explain why, maybe we need to have a chat. Whatever. God, he hurts. I don't remember how to fight this stupid thing. No. No. Hey, now I'm out of stamina. Perfect. Ugh. Get back here. Oh yeah, I have stasis. Wow, it breaks out of that fast, don't it? What? How did that go through you? Fine, buddy. What? That literally went through him. Do you not have a hitbox right now? You obviously have a hurt box because you're killing me with it. You saw that, right? I shot through his eyes and hit his tail. God damn it. Remind me after this shrine to restock a little, by the way, please. Oh my god, not more Lizalfos, please. Did he just flee? Oh, here it goes. No, he did. He just straight up ran. He's gone. Nope, he's back. fire. The prick. At least I got a new two-hander, which I can't pick up? Ah! Oh, I've still got this stupid thing on. Get some arrows while we're here. Well, anyways. I started Moldugaing. No, come back, Spiel. Whatever. I think Qui-Gon is a little bit too much of a big believer in the will and fate of the Force to be something that I'm interested in learning, if that makes any sense. Qui-Gon's a decent guy, and he's probably the best overall Jedi we've ever had. Ever. But... Ahsoka is probably the least Jedi we've ever had. Oh my god, did I kill the wrong one? Oh my god, I think I did. Did you, like, do the thing I'm asking you to do, please? I don't know if I believe that, Darkrai, but that's just me. Anyways. And now I'm freezing to death. This game, I swear. Him. Not really, no, TSP. I'll probably never use anything I just picked up. Like the entire playthrough. Cactus over here. Soonish. I suppose we should heal. I mean, without irony, if they dropped a single hardy radish, that would actually be more useful to me than the entire bundle of loot I just got. Probably Darkrai. See, it's funny. I've praised the stamina system in this game for how it's a good way to provide a granular barrier for progression in accessing certain areas, and I stand by that. And then there's the temperature system, which is like the exact opposite of that, because it's really, really static, right? You're at -2, -1, fine, +1 or +2, and that's it. And there's ways around that, and that's neat and all. And there are multiple ways around that. But, like, it feels so much more artificial and so much more like an inventory tax than anything else. Either in terms of the equipment you're wearing, or in terms of the buff food you're using, or in terms of the weapons you have equipped. And more to the point, as I believe Frieza already pointed out, having to constantly open the menu to change armor doesn't really feel great, regardless. I'll take that. Actually, I was running a little low on bows. You know how some games have mechanisms that feed into other mechanisms? We actually played a game like that recently, which I can't remember which it is, but it was really good about it. Like, you do A, which gives you B. B is used for C. C is used for D, etc., etc., etc. D is used for A. This feels more like you do A to do B and C, or excuse me, B or C, and then you do A to do C, and then you do A to do B, and then you do A to do C. And that's how the progression feels in this game. Yeah, so yeah, armor does not break. Yay. Shields do break. Boo. Okay. So let's head up y'all. Yeah, being able to shortcut loadouts would be really helpful. Would pretty much necessitate not including weapons, unfortunately, because weapons just break too much. Although if there was no durability, then all of a sudden a loadout button becomes even more valuable. You know, you hold down L2 and left, and it's like, now you're in your berserker suit. Oh shoot, I want to go climbing. L2 right.
Rivali's gale is now ready.
Thanks, Rivali. Appreciate you. Now, that's an interesting question, Act. Okay, knowing the overall plot of this game, I do find it kind of interesting. I should probably mention the major character thread of this game we haven't even touched on yet. Like, literally, not at all. I'll even tell you what it is right now. So, remember how I was talking about my story idea that Link is, well, not villainous or evil, but definitely antagonistic, because he became a king, because he was sick of everyone shoving down his throat, you know, you're going to be this great, wonderful hero, and he decided to just say screw it and run with it. Same concept with Ganondorf. He was sick of everyone telling him this is what you're going to be, so he pushed up against that, right? Well, I didn't admittedly pull that out of nowhere. Zelda's story arc in this game is exactly that. She's pushing up. God damn it. Why? Okay, I don't even know what happened there. Everyone's like, okay, you're the legendary woman. You've got the hero's status and all that. You've got to do these wonderful, amazing things. We all expect all this stuff of you. Get on with it. And of course, she was having issues with that. And pretty much everything related to that. This horrible burden was placed on this young woman. I think she's 17. She's 17 when the game starts. Oh, that is to say 100 years ago. So, she's a 17-year-old girl who is being told, all right, the fate of the kingdom's on your back. Go do these trials. Gain the favor of the goddesses. It's all on you. Sucks to be you. And her father was a dick about the whole thing. And everyone was expecting the world of her, and she just kind of is crushed underneath the weight of all that. Now, you could tell all that story is in the game is because literally none of it is in the game so far. With possibly the sole exception of the fact that, you know, we had that brief scene where she was knighting Link. Now, you could say I haven't been seeking out the story, and that's my fault, and that's a valid argument to be made. But it is kind of questionable, isn't it? There is a story here. I've argued about that for years. A lot of people say this game has no story. Those people are wrong. But the story has so little focus. This is something that's more ephemeral that I talk about a lot. I mentioned how the Metroid games tend to be very story-focused. And I stand by that. It's worth noting. And I don't mean because they have cutscenes or because they have a big plot. I mean because a lot of the push of a Metroid game is to tell the story visually and atmospherically through what's happening in the game, right? There is a lot of time, attention, and real estate put into telling you the story of the game. Something like a Mega Man game has a lot less story, or sorry, has a lot less story focus while still having story. Same thing with a Mario game, but a Metroid game has story focus. What's the relevance? Most Zelda games have a story focus. Yeah, no kidding, Archers. Most Zelda games have a lot of work and effort put into making the story front and center. Even LTTP, which worked with hardly anything, had honestly a really, really solid story focus, and in my opinion, a legitimately good story, which I hope I will not be proven wrong about in about a week or 3. This game has the opposite of a story focus. The focus is everything other than the story. The focus is the big, empty world with nothing in it. And that's a weird choice. And I know they did it deliberately, and I don't care. Now, something being different doesn't make something bad, it just makes something different. But I will admit, I'm not feeling it. The game really does feel empty, and that's the problem. Okay, so that's just for a second. Jeez Louise, okay. Ah! Okay. No, they did track it. The developers have been very open in multiple interviews saying, yeah, no, this is what we wanted. This is how we wanted the game to be. We wanted the game to be devoid. And it is. Congrats. I'll say it 1,000 times, and I'll say it 1,000 times more. I don't care if you do something deliberately. I care if you do something good. Okay, what extremely obvious thing am I missing here? Because I can't grab the damn thing because it's too far away. I guess I can try to catch it as it's landing. I totally had that too. Shadows of the Colossus is also substantially shorter. Like, by a huge margin. We would have beaten Shadows of the Colossus at least twice over by now. If we were playing that. That's not even exaggeration. Twice over, at least. Oh, I agree with you, Act. I'm not arguing that point. A devoid game I enjoy the feeling of. I mean, I can think of games that have empty, barren sections, which work. Oh, excuse me. I'm sure at least one person's going to bring up Breath of Fire 3 here. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, everything I can think of is so minuscule that I'm not sure it even counts. It feels like I'm pulling it technically. Like, as Blateville just mentioned, the very beginning of FF6 is actually quite devoid, but it stops being that the moment you hit the first town. And I know that sounds like a weird choice, but no, that was actually a very deliberate and honestly good choice on behalf of the developers. And yet, Portal isn't actually devoid. Even Portal 1. Portal 2 is definitely not devoid. Portal 2, you have constant interactions, storytelling, and characterization going on at all points. You're pretty much almost never alone in Portal 2. You know, I literally just had the thought. This is sad. This is on me. I'm pathetic. I'm worthless. I'm terrible. Blah, 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 blah. But I just had the thought that I would rather walk to my destination than enter the menu and switch armor, because I'm so sick of switching armor constantly. Have you noticed the switching armor problem is much worse out here?
Hi.
Like, much worse. Because it's either cold, so you need a buff for that, hot, so you need a buff for that, sandy, so you need a buff for that, or stealthy, so you can get a ride. Oh, or damagey, if you want to actually fight anything out here, because this is one of the mid-level zones.
Hey.
Anyways, sorry. Ooh, excuse me. I love these sandstorms, too. These really help me to navigate the world. Like, the sandstorm getting rid of the radar, okay, I could kind of buy that. But then you also make it hard to see. You've taken away both of my methods of, like, navigating. Why? Oh, God. You're right, a noble name. I didn't even see that earlier. I'm sorry, but you're absolutely right. It's the iron boots. You know, the thing they'd fixed before this game came out. No, seriously. 3DS Ocarina predates this. I think. Hang on, before I say that, when did 3DS Ocarina come out? I mean, obviously Twilight also fixed that. I suppose that's valid, but... Point remaining, they clearly acknowledged that the iron boots were a problem. Oh, wow. Thank you, ISE. That's way earlier than I thought. So yeah, that predates it by quite a whiles. Yeah, but I couldn't remember when the 3DS came out, and I don't like to quote things when I'm not certain of my numbers. Yes, Act? I'm not sure what other version there is. Unless you mean, like, modded or whatever. But yeah, I'm on the Switch. On an original Switch. This is a launch Switch, too. Which I believe means it's worse, but don't quote me on that. Oh, God, no, Act. I'd rather rip out my teeth and then shove them down your throat than play the N64 version of Ocarina. Ever again. God, no, 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 no. I mean, there's only two versions, Act. that I know of. I suppose there are also modded versions of Ocarina, so I shouldn't say that. Well, there goes my ride. Bye! Hope that comes back. Okay, good. And all this junk weapons. Oh, whoops. Sorry, I'm still in WoW. There we go. No, I'm not. Yeah, I could stand to lose that. I was always the Blade Runner. I mean, it's always possible to add new negatives. We can and have plumbed the depths of negatives in this review series that we do. Hello? I mean, I'm probably going to give it a negative, yeah. But I can also give it 2 negatives. I can give it 7! You can't stop me! Sorry. The good news is we're probably a little under halfway through these. Yes, under. Am I stuck down here? I think I am. Yeah, time to pull out the emergency knife. We'll try to bullcrap it first, but then we'll pull out the emergency knife. Very intended method. There we go. Oh, but now we can't get up, because that's gone. Yep, alright. Oh no, it put me here. It put me here. We're actually soft locked. We'll have to reset. Now it is a soft lock, not a hard lock, because I'm pretty sure if I leave and come back in, it'll reset the state. But wow, we actually soft locked a shrine. Wow. Today we're doing the Do Shrines objective for us. That's it. That's all we're doing. Feel free to do something else today. This is not a joke. I thought about not streaming today. I'd still do the game. I'd still play the game. I'd still review the game. But I thought about just not subjecting you to this. and just pushing through as much of this content as I could off camera. Now, that sounds familiar. I did that with Dragon Age Inquisition. That's pretty much the exact same concept. Good morning, Dandalia. I actually saw someone once say that it is the player's fault that, specifically the Korok seeds are so terrible. That Nintendo shouldn't be held accountable for the fact that players decide to do Korok seeds. Yeah, I fundamentally don't agree. And the reason why is actually extraordinarily simple. In fact, I've already given my... Could you stop? I've already given my reasoning. They're in the game. Frankly, that's the only reason I ever need to give. They're in the game. The mere fact that that you put them into the game means it is content in the game that I am currently reviewing. It is something that counts. I've said this so many times, philosophically. I don't care how optional it is. You put it into the game. And because it's in the game, it is something that counts. That's true, Yura. And you're right. I don't have to do that. In fact, I generally don't. Yeah, exactly. You can put content in the game and make it good. And I sound so negative. It's worth noting some of these shrines are really legit. Like, some of these shrines are awesome. I've been taking notes as we go for which ones are and which ones aren't. Because sometimes it's like, yeah, and then sometimes it's like, oh. But, like... I don't care how optional it is. I know that sounds so strange, but I don't. It's in the game. Also, if I could be really honest, I don't want to get into it, but that sounds a little bit like victim shaming to me. It's not quite the same argument, but how many of you remember the argument, which is often stated, that it is the player's fault that they don't like games that are really, really grindy, because the developers put the option to skip that grind into their game. After all you have to do is pay X money and buy X microtransactions and Shazam. Well, I mean, yes, Lord Harriman, but you get my point. Or maybe you don't, in which case I suck. Actually, at 400, and I don't remember the number. I looked it up. It's 400 and some weird... It's like 441 or some weird number like that. At that point, you stop getting upgrades. But if I could be really blunt, it's the same general argument that people say when there's nothing wrong with a microtransaction as long as it's for something cosmetic. I do not agree. For a lot of complex reasons, but what it boils down to is you still did that. You, the developer, still sat down and put time and effort and money into bilking your players to look prettier. That's still not as bad as pay to win. Just like it's not as bad that Korok seeds aren't mandatory. It doesn't make it good. It doesn't magically stop being a complaint because it's optional. That's my overall point. Actually, yeah, Ross. And I will ding Twilight Princess HD when we get there. The only negative in that game. I'm joking. We'll probably find a few. Yeah, that's the other thing. I know it's not technically mandatory to get the Korok seeds, but let me ask you a question. At what gradient do the Korok seeds stop being optional given the ridiculously limited default inventory size?
Hey! Hey!
I mean, you are absolutely correct, Lord Harriman. You are right. I am misspeaking because I'm arguing something on a different plane, a different reticle. That's why I tried to clarify. The argument I was trying to argue against is not yours. It is the fact that some people think it being optional is just like a get-out-of-jail-free card. And I like I said, whoa, 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 I have seen that argument for years. Well, you don't have to, is an argument that goes back to the 90s for me. Ancient Cave, SNES. And again, the biggest problem... So, okay, I've kind of already talked about this. They all have different symbols. Well, of course they do. Optional... Really, Izzy? Optional is kind of a weird double-edged sword, because... Optional just means you don't have to do it, which I know what you're saying. Yeah, Laura, we know how words work, but no, 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 no. The optional is a gradient. It's a lengthy gradient, actually. There's a whole lot of malleability in between you have to do this, and then you don't have to do this at all. Again, going back to Korok seeds for a second. Okay, so this one's double lines? A lot of optional stuff is optional, but clearly intended to be something that they wanted you to do. Or something that you're supposed to be penalized for not doing. Or something that is clearly meat content, or whatever, right? There's a lot of cases of stuff like that. Is this going to do anything? Probably not. Yeah, I don't think so. But that does look like the right symbol. This isn't lining up. Because it's really easy to point to the content that's super duper optional, right? Like, I'll point to something extremely obvious. The tasks in Dragon Age Inquisition, the stuff that I didn't count when it came to that review, because it was so ludicrously optional as to be something that's just, yeah, okay, it's over there, whatever. The repeatable stuff, the infinitely repeatable stuff. Screw all that noise. But then there's everything else, and like I said, there's a gradient there. How optional are Korok seeds, really? How much will you not have a great time by virtue of having an inventory size that is, let's see. I believe it's 6 to start, 6 or 7. It's worth noting that the price of Korok upgrades goes up so fast that getting one Korok upgrade is actually really easy. It costs 1 seed. But as you skip forward, I believe we're already currently at the point where it costs 15. It's 15 or 8 where we're at right now. And it stays costing 15 until you're done with it. And 15 seeds is not an easy thing to come by. Okay, so this one is... I don't know what to call that. Claw. We're going to call that Claw. The Claw. Sorry. And yeah, it's also worth noting, I am just talking about weapons. You'll notice I haven't upgraded my shield or my bow slot at all. I also haven't had to. Well, I have had a couple of issues with availability on bows and shields. For the most part, I've been fine on that. Almost like the game actually thought about how much you should use those, how much durability they should use and spend, excuse me, have and spend, and then balance the game around it. Huh. Now, granted, I also don't do the parry very often, so that might be affecting that. So that's the V, which I don't want. Might as well get into the middle, though. Come here. Excuse me. Oh, is that it? The claw! Okay. Come on. I could see that Jesse's mask. And that's another thing. The other thing that kind of makes the seeds worse than they are is the fact that you need the 400 and whatever to do the full upgrades. But a few... like a few tweaks to the pricing of that and lowering the overall cost, that might have actually worked out a little bit more. So I mentioned we want about 108, but that's just for weapon slots. And even that I'm probably not going to go out of my way to seek because I don't hate myself. So, what if every upgrade took 108? As in, you know, rather than 411, which is a commensurately larger amount to gather, you get 108 Koroks and you're good on the actual upgrades. Now, I would still ding the game. 900 is still stupid. But that leads me to my other idea. Because the more I think about it, the more I think that I would have the Koroks be bundled. Now, there's two ways you could do this. You could have it so you find a Korok, and every associated Korok despawns, and you get one Korok for that, and you reduce the cost of Korok stuff by about a factor of 5. Or, you know, that's a fair point, Ross. Or, you could do a thing where just every Korok you picks up every Korok associated with it. And that way you just get 5 times the Koroks. The relevance of all this? So, you probably think I'm trying to reduce the grind, and you're actually wrong. The goal of such a change would be to make it so that we retain... kinda, yeah, Darkrai. We retain the idea of, as you're roaming the world, you find a Korok, you get it. I'm saying that wrong. Let me say this differently. Let's say you have a giant field, and there are 5 golden chalices in this field. You want the player to get one of them. The reason you have put 5 there is because you want the player to get one of them. Does this make sense? In other words, you want to reward the player. They want to get a golden chalice, but you want to ensure that they have their own path, metric, or route. This one drops off of an enemy. This one's behind a micro dungeon. This one's a little puzzle. This one's just over here on the side, and this one's hidden in a cave. You get the idea? So all 5 of these have a different method, a different play style, which gets them that chalice. Now this is something very, very few games do, but something you can do is then once you pick up the one, all 5 are collected. They have been rewarded in the measure that you wanted them to do, and you are not punishing them by forcing them to go do all the other methods of playstyle which they may or may not want to do. Sense make? That's the idea behind the collect 5 concept. Now, I am mostly spitballing here, so forgive me. But that's kind of the general direction I'm thinking with the dumb ideas that I'm positing. Oh, God. That would be so terrible, Ross. That would be so awful. Yeah, imagine if our inventory, which it's worth noting, I've got, what, 5 pages of materials already? And I haven't been that prolific in gathering. Or your armor. You only have so many armor slots. Oh, it'd be so terrible. I guess my overall ultimate point about the Koroks is that I think that they are close in multiple different ways of being something that I would like as a mechanism, but they didn't quite land it in any direction, and so they just come across as aggravating. And so I find myself just wanting to disengage with the mechanic entirely. But I can't, because I am forced to, by virtue of how mandatory it is. Excuse me, by how mandatory it is, right? You are actively punished for not getting Korok seeds because you don't have the inventory space. Now, if the Koroks gave nothing at all, if they were the fricking flags from Assassin's Creed 1, would I give the negative? Yes, absolutely. Because I'm going to give that negative to Assassin's Creed 1. You have still put a collectible in the game that is not fun or interesting to gather. But would it be as many negatives? No. I think that if you're just going to have a thing that's there to go gather and get 100%, and it sucks, that is merely bad, as opposed to awful. Now, that is the cheap and easy solution to that problem, and I do think we could actually workshop it to try and make something better. But, at the end of the day, if you just make it some other little stupid thing, sure, fine, whatever. There are plenty of games that have a stupid little extra thing to get, and it's like, okay, that sucks, moving on. World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft has some of the best achievement design in the business, but it also has some of the worst achievement design in the business. There are some really, really, really dumb, boring, sloggy achievements in WoW. It's okay, I got to play a little bit last night with my friend, and a little bit this morning with my sister. By the way, Pandaria Remix is really good. I highly recommend it. There are so many quality of life features in it, it's kind of bonkers. The way that they do itemization is great. The way that they do power progression is great. We did a heroic dungeon at level 10, which was actually hard. And stress that I say that, not, you know, unfair or stupid, just actually hard. It was great. Bug collecting is Twilight Princess, which admittedly I don't mind as much, for reasons we'll get to when we get there. Okay, this area is too big for me to do anything else at this point. I give up. I give up everything. I give up everything. Can I describe what Pandaria Remix is? Yeah, sure. So, if you've ever played a seasonal character from, like, Diablo 3, it's a seasonal character. If you have not, give me a minute. Let me look up this shrine really quick here. Sploosh. Oh, God. Yeah, Wind Waker is probably not going to score well on the 100%ing side of things. But, you know. Whatever, as the saying goes. Okay, so you make a new character, and that new character is... yeah, the pose and ocarina, yep. That new character is just for Pandaria. All you can do is the Pandaria content. The gear progression is different. It's the nicest way I could put that. The simplest way I could put that. You will be... You do quests, you do dungeons. Nothing drops gear, but periodically you get loot boxes, which have all kinds of stuff in them, including potions, which are super awesome, scrolls, which are super awesome, and of course, gear. What is this? This is two things, which is over here. Right here. Is that it? That is not it. Of course it's not. Is this one? Yeah, no, I got that right. And then... Huh? What am I missing? There are several, but I can't think of any right now, Vandalia. What am I missing? Yeah, I would say Twilight Princess's pose are worse than Ocarina's. In fact, honestly, Ocarina's pose aren't that bad with the 3DS controls. confused about why this isn't working. No, Spartan. In fact, the one dungeon I just referenced, not a single one of us were playing a character or a race that was playable in Pandaria. Including me. I was playing a Zandalari. So this is red. Yeah, no, that's correct. What the hell? That's orange. Yeah, that's the V. This is empty. Yep. This is dots. Yep, that's dots. No. That's the green thing. Yep, that's the green thing. Well, where's the other orb then? Because this doesn't even mention another orb. That's that. Yeah, all the rest of them are correct. Okay, where's the orb I'm missing? Everything scales, of course. So you can be level 15, your friend can be level 18, and your other friend can be level 3. That's not true, you can't be below level 10. Everything you do gets you bronze. Bronze is a currency to buy gear, cosmetics, and cosmetics. Including some really rare cosmetics. I probably want to get at least 120,000 bronze myself. Because I want to get the 3 unobtainable mounts. And you're probably thinking, wait, what mounts are unobtainable? So there's 3 world bosses in Pandaria, which are so overfarmed that pretty much within less than a second of them spawning, they are dead. Because there's always someone sitting at their spawn point, and they will tap them, and simply tapping them kills them. So it is functionally impossible, in every way that counts, to try and get those particular mounts to drop. All 3 of those mounts are available on as a part of this particular event. Now, each of them cost about 40,000 bronze each, so they're not cheap. And for perspective, most of the mounts cost about 2,000. But those are the mounts you can't really viably get any other method, so that's probably what I'm going to aim for myself. You can also get every piece of armor cosmetically that exists in Pandaria. No, really. All of them. Actually, no, Darkrai. I've said it before and I'll say it again. For some strange reason, WoW's in-game shop is the best and least obtrusive, least bullcrap, least predatory, whatever you want to call that, MMO shop out there, of the big MMOs. It's really weird. Oh yeah, absolutely, Yura. Where's this goddamn orb? This is such a waste of my time. I've spent this entire time doing a puzzle that should have actually taken me like 20 seconds to do. But because it takes so long to run from point A to point B, and to check the statues, and to grab the thing, and to drag it over the other thing, and then to find out you're missing a thing, and have no idea where the other thing is, because nothing tells you where the other thing is. This is such a waste of my time! I'm going to assume this means the entrance. Which means they mean this statue. We actually do, but only the one Dakota. Strangely enough, even though we've been doing a lot of shrines, we have yet to get the rest of the climbing gear, which comes from, you guessed it, shrines. I was actually going to fully upgrade the climbing gear, because it's one of my default standing suits for obvious reasons. But I haven't been able to get the rest of it. And I figured, there's no need to look up specifically where they are. I'll just keep doing shrines, and eventually I'll run into them. I still haven't found a single other piece of the suit.
Rivali's Gale is now ready.
Your timing is impeccable, sir. Favorite in-character model? As far as species goes? Oh, geez. I think I will go with the Rito. I am gobsmacked that we haven't gotten the climbing gear yet. Like, you'd figure you'd put that front and center in the game, right? Like, one of the earliest, easiest to get suits, but we've swept, like, all of the early zones already. And by like, I mean we have swept all of the early zones. There it is. I should note that I triple-checked on 3 separate pages of the guide I was using. None of them mentioned this being up here, not one. In fact, if I can quote word for word, all of the orbs are on the ground, except for the ones that are in the sand. Just every... We're done, we're done. Don't need this, I don't need this. Don't need this. What is this? Don't need this. Oh, favorite race in WoW? Oh, jeez, I don't know. That's a tough one. But I have always been fond of female Night Elves. Their attack animations are very cool. Also, female Forsaken, female Blood Elves, male Blood Elves, male Zendalari, male Trolls, male Orcs, when they, when they're standing up straight. Female Draenei. Male dwarves. Female gnomes. Male gnomes. Male Tauren. Male Worgen. Both Volpera. Both goblins, while we're on the subject. Male Pandaren. I'm gonna laugh if this is just a goddamn sword. I mean, obviously, that's not really why we did this, but what do you want to bet? It wasn't a sword. It wasn't a sword. Cool. Well, that's mostly swept, believe it or not. I need like a mental break, so I'm gonna stop playing the game for a minute. Yes, really. I'm just gonna that's just what's happening. I'm just gonna stop playing the game for a minute. No, I'm not walking away from the controls. I'm going to try and engage my brain a little bit more. Not going to eat lunch. It's way too early for that. Yeah, I'm going to go beat Super Metroid in an hour and a half. Then, what is a digital circus? Yeah, let's look up comments on Twitter. Hang on, let me pull up my Twitter, which technically exists. I haven't posted on it in about a year. And that number's just going to keep going up. Yeah, at this point, my Twitter mostly is just there to squat on the name. So nobody else tries to take it. Yes, but not right now, Shadow Machine. Can you do me a favor, please? Hold on to that. If you say, by the way, that it's like in one of the major combat shrines, I'm gonna laugh. Just laugh. Okay. Come on, brain, you can do it. So. Of course it's a combat shrine. It's probably not a major combat shrine, though. It is a major combat shrine. That makes sense. I have avoided every single one of those. It's okay. I'm capable of doing one now. Total freedom and minimum direction I know is something that some players like. Anybody in chat fall into that category? No judgment. I hate that, personally. Now, my preference is sweet spot of guidance, right? Not too much, not too little. But I also acknowledge that's hard to do. That is very hard to accomplish and accomplish well. Super Metroid, excuse me. So, I will say that if you put a gun to my head, you know, you're gonna die, but before you die, tell me this. Do you want to have total freedom with no guidance in a video game, or do you want to be put on rails? And my answer will be put on rails 10 times out of 10 in that case. Don't mistake me, I like freedom in games, I do. But again, if you force me to choose between total freedom with no guidance, or allowing me to, you know, go down the linear path, I'll go down the linear path. I don't understand why linear gameplay has been called a bad word for the last decade plus at this point. It's like 15 years now. I think at least a little of it's a push from the marketing side of developers and publishers, because there's nothing wrong with a linear game. In fact, there's a lot of really good linear games out there. Probably most of them. You know? Well, tell me how it is, Spartan, because that sounds curious. I mean, yeah, Mario Wonder is a linear game. You could argue that it isn't completely linear, but the point remains. Well, also, and I think Dakota mentioned this, bad linear games certainly probably boosted the outcry against linearity. And, I hate to point this out, but Final Fantasy 13, you know? See, I know this example is used all the time, but FF10 and FF13 are both linear games. One of them is a good game. The other one is FF13. That's true. FF10-2, ironically, is a very non-linear game. Especially as far as FFs go. Hell, speaking of optional content, we were talking about Koroks earlier. FF10-2, like 80%, this is not even an exaggeration, 80% of FF10-2 is optional. You can do so little of 10-2 and still beat that game. I don't agree with that, Darkrai. The plot of 10-2 is trash, but there's actually a lot of good story in 10-2, and a lot of people forget that most of the good characterization and world building of 10 actually comes from 10.2. The overwhelming majority of characters in 10 aren't. You know what I mean? A lot of characters actually became characters in 10.2. I mean, hell, Kimari is a perfect example of that. I would say the Mass Effects are roughly as linear as, say, the Mega Mans. For pretty much the exact same reason. You got these lines to go through. You can do them in whatever order, but you always got these lines to go through, so... You know, choose your own path, kind of a methodology. Yeah, Dragon Age, same concept. You're always going to do Orzammar, you're always going to do the forest, you're always going to do the Mage Tower. And within those branches, or within those trunks, there's also other branches, side quests within each area. But what order? That's on you. Oh, yeah. I broke a sword in the middle of that fight. Up to 43, by the way. Yeah. I'm sorry, Frieza. I apologize. I will kill everything in my way from now on, I swear. That's a lie. That's not going to happen. I shouldn't jokingly swear something. I said we'd try to knock over some camps, and I meant it. Listen, all I'm saying, Kay, his brother is not the worst character I've seen in gaming. I actually agree with that, Frieza. The core combat of this game is, in my opinion, the best combat system the Zeldas have ever had. Surpassing what I previously held on that pedestal, which was Twilight Princess. I would still say Brother's worse than Kai Lang, legitimately. However, we have encountered the sister of Takuvma at this point in time, who, I hate to say this, beats the pants out of most bad characters in all of fiction. She is so bad. What was it, 40 negatives for her and for her character arc? And for her story arc? I don't think we're beating that. I gotta be real. That was impressive. The jailer is still not as bad as the sister of Takuma, to be blunt. He's bad. He might be our number 2 slot. Oh, dude, Frieza. I can't even summarize. I can't even summarize. She's so bad. I want you to imagine a character that starts off as, "Mwahaha, I will torture and kill puppies," and then becomes not only the hero of the story, but the person you, the player, actually play as. And then she becomes the savior of the species, literally, after going to the afterlife, literally, beating up the devil, literally. Like, it's so bad. It's so bad. This is just an overview. You have to understand. I'm just giving you, like, a couple of bullet points of how bad the Sister of Takuvma is. She is the worst character. I have never seen something that awful before. And the worst part is she has 2 full expansions worth of content dedicated to her and her story arc. Oh, man. Yeah, Brother is annoying and stupid and irritating and creepy. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but that's it. We can go down from there. Just like how he wants to go down on... I'm sorry. I'm sorry, that's a terrible joke. I apologize. Yeah, the jailer is something that can be fixed. I don't know how you fix the Sister of Takuvma. That would require a total overhaul, like a rewrite from word go. Yeah, Brother, get a real job. I know you can fly the ship and all, that's cool. But, like... Look, Brother just needs to get laid. It's okay. I've been there. We've all been there, right? Okay, not all of us. Most of us have been there. Go get laid. Chill a little bit. Come back. This song will play after that happens. Oh yeah, sorry. I didn't realize I had to qualify this. Brother, go get laid by someone who is not related to you. See, normally I don't have to qualify that. You know, normally I don't have to add that. Who else, Kay? I don't know, like the other 50,000 nameless NPCs in the game? Yeah, I'm with Darker. Just find someone. Here, you. I've got it. Oh god, what's the guy voiced by Dwight Schultz in FF10-2? Another character who's more of a character in 10-2, by the way. Yeah, okay. Dwight Schultz is in so many things. He has such range. I point him out periodically, and people are like, that's Dwight Schultz? It's like, yeah. That's him. No, I'm looking it up. He plays Maichin. He also plays Owaka, by the way, but I meant Maichin, specifically. Let's see here. He was in Psychonauts. He was in Yakuza. He was in Final Fantasy 12. He was in Mass Effect 1 and 2. God, he's in so many things. Dragon Age Origins, Final Fantasy 13, Dragon Age 2, Mass Effect 2. Elder Scrolls 5. Sorry, I don't know why I said it that weird way. Skyrim. He's in Skyrim. Master of Orion 4. World of Warcraft. Is it Machen? I think you're right. He's in so much stuff. He's in Fallout 2. He's in Baldur's Gate 2, actually, now that I'm looking at it. I forgot about that one. He's several characters in Crash Twinsanity. Alright, enough. That's right, Dwight Schultz is in Star Trek. As one of my favorite characters in Star Trek. Oh, we actually ran through the whole StarCraft playlist. My bad. I don't know, what are we in the mood for today? You know what, given where we are, let's just pull up the desert playlist. Sorry, Breezy. Me too, Savacon. No kidding, Spartan. Possible, feasible, reasonable. I'd say so, yes, Frieza. In fact, I would imagine the Mana remake will score better than the Mana original, assuming I ever cover both, which I might not. Now, I should... It's a very low-end remaster, but it's still better, and it fixes a lot of the bugs of the original, too. The biggest flaw is no online co-op. Otherwise, I'd probably be replaying it semi-regularly. It does have local co-op, by the way. Seiken Densetsu 3 remake, excuse me, the Trials of Mana remake, that's an interesting one. Because, man, that story is trash! Oh my god, it's so bad! But the gameplay's really good. They smoothed out a lot of the difficulty curve problems. They fixed a lot of the bugs of the core combat. They added a lot of depth to the core combat. They added new kit to each of the classes. They made the progression smoother and better. They upped the boss design. There's actual boss design now instead of stat sticks. Like, holy crap, they went full tilt on the gameplay axis with Trials of Mana. Big props. It's rare I get to a point to an RPG say, there, they got the gameplay right. But it's funny how often they get the story wrong when they get the gameplay right. Bravely Default, excuse me. Almost there category. Yes, actually. You never have to upgrade a single weapon in Mana. Yeah, you should. It's just... That's another good example of something that's optional, but really is designed to not be optional. You don't have to. Okay. Give me 1 second to really chop on this, shall we? I don't know what chop means in context. I don't care. Name that game. But which Kingdom Hearts? Oh, yeah, it's one. Alright, what's this one? Nope. This is 2. How about this one? Mario Galaxy 1 is correct. My goodness. That's too easy. Here we go. Here's one you won't get. It is, in fact, half Genie Hero. Congrats, Bragman. Okay, nobody will get this one. Yes, Dr. Winter. Jeez, Blue Fusion Vault. Yeah, you're on fire. Yeah, alright. Mario and Luigi, you win. That's easy. Here you go. Damn it, Blue Fusion Bolt. It's just on random, so I'm not really picking any of these. That's too easy. This should be an easy one. Someone should get this. Actually, you're just batting 1,000 for these. There's lyrics to this song, Euro? Well, I hope it's a good graduation ceremony. And if not, I hope it's a good graduation after party. Good news, Spartan. The game sucks! Seriously, don't buy Homeworld 3. Alright, yes, really, I'm not actually joking. Unless you're into the versus mode or the, what's it called? Like the war party mode, or whatever they call that. If that's what you're into, go for it. No judgment. But if you're there to, you know, play a cool campaign, advance the story, see what happens next, skip it. I wasn't going to do that, Frieza. And then this morning, I was walking from point A to point B in a period in an area where I couldn't do anything else. There's no summoning a horse up there. There's no like spot I can glide from, and Rivali's Gale is only going to speed it up slightly, and I can't snowfall. So all I could do is walk. And it occurred to me that all I was doing was just doing this, holding forward. And it's just like, it was like a light going on. I'm just like, what am I doing? And I realized how much of this game I've spent holding the button forward, you know, holding the analog forward. Hi, Koga. How many negatives we feeling for rain? Real question. Oh, I already gave that negative. There it is. I mean, Dragon Age 4 is going to suck. Let's just be honest about that. Dragon Age 4 is going to suck. We all know this. Sure. Let's see if Dragon Age 4 will suck today. Unfortunately, Dragon Age will suck today. Dragon Age 4. Excuse me. Dragon Age 4. It'd be nice if I'm wrong. I don't believe it. I don't. I'm sorry. There is zero evidence of everything we know about the lead-up. And I have actually looked into the development of Dragon Age 4. There is zero evidence that there's going to be anything good in that game. That sucks. Sorry, no, I said that wrong. That implies there will be no positives. What I mean is it will not be a net positive. That's what I mean. Oh, it's going to come out, Darkrai. Guaranteed. It's going to come out, and then immediately after, EA is going to shutter BioWare. Before the sales figures are even in. Remember that for when it happens. Because it's gonna. And you're going to think, oh my god, Laura was right. How did he know? A lot of production companies, especially game developers, are following the exact same pattern right now, which is very, very simple. Yeah, I watch the money. I'm an economics geek. The simplicity is a lot of these production companies have products or services or games or shows or whatever that are in production. And they're well enough into production that they want to go ahead and push it out the door and get whatever money they can out of it. But the moment they do that, the company that just pushed that game out is now chaff to them. They can just axe that company and make money for having done so quickly and efficiently. Because now there's no consequence to doing that. If they axed BioWare right now, that would suck. That's a whole lot of time and capital just flushed down the toilet. But if they wait until the game comes out, it's win-win. They get the game, and they get to axe the company and no longer have to pay the salaries for those people. Now, there are other reasons that's being pushed right now in particular. It's a whole thing. We're actually reaching the point of where manufactured wealth is starting to cause demonstrable issues on a large scale. But that is a good point. I agree with that, a noble name. Because, yeah, removing control of the weather was already a bad mistake. We've talked about it so many times, right? Song of the frickin' Storms. But also, it's like, it's the worst possible way they could have done it. It's such a colossal screw you, right? Like picture this. You're sitting down playing Dungeons & Dragons, and you're like, all right, I want to climb up that wall. The GM says, okay, make your climb roll. And I make the climb roll, and he stares at it, and he's like, well, okay, but you slip back. So you only make it like a fifth of the way up you would have. And I'm like, okay, well, I make another climb roll. Ah, you didn't succeed that time, so you go all the way back to the bottom. Okay, so I make another climb roll. It's like, okay, you make it up, but only a fifth. Okay, I make another climb roll. Well, now you're exhausted. Like, it feels petty. I sincerely doubt pettiness or spite were in the minds of the developers when they designed the rain mechanic. But it sure feels like it, doesn't it? Alright, you're in a cave on Noble Name. There's a torch on your wall to the right, and you hear the howls of gnolls deep within, and you're here on behalf of the mayor to take out this gnoll threat. What do you do? This, nobody guessed it, this is the Burn from Final Fantasy XIV. By the way, good wasteland. It's also used for only like 2 areas ever, most of which are cutscene. Yeah, me too, Ross. I prefer the FF14 version. I don't know if you know this, Ross. Several of the Trek YouTubers, which I was a part of the circle of back when Discovery Season 3 was coming live, we had a speculation circle on what was going on, right? And one of the more commonly repeated things was, what if the Burn refers to the Burnham? What if it was her the whole time? And it wasn't quite a joke. It wasn't quite a joke. And then they made something even stupider. Anyways, I still stand by my statement. The Burn is the dumbest thing in Trek. And I've studied Trek. I can't actually explain why it's so stupid without completely spoiling the entirety of Season 3 of Star Trek Discovery. But let's just say that the entire Season 3 of Star Trek Discovery hinges on the dumbest plot point in the universe. And that's what, to explain that a little bit. That's what pushes it over the line. Star Trek has a lot of dumb stuff in it. It has an amoeba the size of a star system. It has casting literal magic with Lucifer. It has something not from TOS. It has the fact that they bring Picard back from the dead after murdering him because magic transporters. Or a de-aging transporter. That's later with another person. It has a lot of dumb stuff. But most of the dumb stuff in Trek tends to be isolated. It's usually one writer who either made a mistake or pitched a script or whatever, and it's dumb and then it goes away. But if you're paying attention earlier, all of Season 3 of Discovery hinges on this. And so does the history of the entire setting. This is a massive sea change point and a huge historical point for Trek. Like, there's this colossal, they call it the Burn. And what happened was all of this dilithium across all these ships and the whole Federation exploded all at once. And all of a sudden the Federation, like, was brought down from being the Federation to being a power which barely had faster than light drive. And that was a sea change for the entirety of both quadrants. And you can see why, right? That's what the Burn is, or rather what the effect of the Burn was. And the whole plot of the whole season hinges around this. And again, this is a big deal. And that's what nudges it into the stupidest territory. Yeah, in one of the Star Treks, I'm not even going to name which, one of the main characters is replaced by a main character from an alternate dimension, and that's never even brought up again. In fact, it's actually 2 main characters in the same episode. Well, maybe not main, but 2 major characters in the same episode. Oh no, Star Trek Discovery Season 3, this is a very minor spoiler, happens in the future after Deep Space Nine, after Nemesis. By like a century or something. See, I know, right, Ross? I like the idea of a major status quo change. You know me. That's not my problem. If I make an entire... there's actually a term for this. And this is not it. I can't remember what it is, but there's a term for it. It's like the washing machine parallel or something like that. If you could replace your plot point with a washing machine, and it doesn't change the story at all, and it's exactly as stupid, maybe you need to rethink your plot point. All of the dilithium was destroyed in all of the Alpha and Beta quadrants, and the Federation was brought to its knees by a washing machine. Nothing's changed. Nothing's altered by that. There's a washing machine that tapped into the frequency of the lithium, and poof! Nothing's changed from the story. That's a problem. Oh god, I don't know, Spartan. I mean, the obvious answer is the Q walk in. Q are like, alright. Picard's dead now. Of old age. No spoilers here. So, we've just got rid of Interstellar Society. Bye. That's the easy route. I wouldn't do that for reference, but that is the easy route. Wait, I've got an idea. Okay. What if we put together this giant machine that destroys all the mass relays, okay? And so all of the systems that had an interlocking intergalactic society are now isolated from each other. Yes, you can, Yura, if I'm not mistaken. All right, name this one. Oh, Fusion Bolt left. That was after party. That's impressive, Ross. I agree with you for reference. Then again, I think Season 2 of Picard is the worst season of all of Trek. And that's not stupidity, that's just awfulness. Actually, there is a baked-into-the-universe reason why warp travel could be removed. In fact, it would also get rid of faster-than-light communication, too. Because faster-than-light communication and warp travel both rely on subspace. And there is a thing in Star Trek canon, which is even brought up multiple times, which destroys subspace. It basically destroys it at a local level. So you can have a bubble of no subspace in an area. Yeah, the Omega particle. Exactly. That's how you isolate. And again, I didn't even make that up. That's just in Star Trek. So there you go. Boom. We don't even have to isolate everything. Just there's this big explosion, and there's a couple of sectors which are now no FTL capable and no FTL communication. So they're just stuck. Have fun. There's your Star Trek story right there. You could do an entire show just around the people living in that bubble of locked away from everyone else. Because I know this sounds strange, but even getting from one system to the next is kind of a thing at standard light drives, right? At sublight drives, excuse me. And yeah, subspace, I believe... No, oh, no, I'm getting that from Star Trek Online. In STO, we'll just call that canon for now, subspace does eventually recover. Like, the bubble slowly shrinks, essentially all the rest of the subspace just kind of abhors the vacuum and slowly fills it in. But that takes a while. That takes a long while. So eventually, sure, it'll recover. But for the next years or decades, have fun. This is FF7, very good. Is this better, Pillars of Snow? Actually, funny you say that, Carol Witness. If I'm not mistaken, in Mass Effect, their standard FTL is exactly that. You accelerate halfway to your destination, and you decelerate halfway to your destination. You're never really going one speed the whole time. You just estimate how long it's going to take because you have access to math. Ugh. You know, Frieza, I'm starting to feel you on that. I don't think I'll ever play this game again. Good, Yura. I'm glad. Okay. I don't know how long that was. How long have we been doing this? How long? I guess I've got a timestamp. Wow, that was almost an hour. That was about a 50-minute mental break there. I apologize. But I needed it. I feel better. I feel a little bit more renewed. Let me update the HUD really quick. Because score has adjusted slightly. There we go. And you're probably thinking, wow, that's bad. That doesn't include the durability problem yet. So that is the score. That is actually up to date, minus one thing. And that is the durability problem. It is still ahead. I really did not think that Inquisition was going to be a net negative game. And I don't think Blade Jamal will ever forgive me for that. Okay. Yeah, I noticed the guesses have been slowly shrinking there. I am sorry, Pillars Snow. You mean the one I just used 5 seconds ago, Dragon Player, to update the HUD? I suppose in the interest of fairness, we probably could jot down the durability problem now. So let's do that. Give me a minute. Let me... The Desert playlist is great, and I love the FF12 soundtrack, but let me get my thinking music going, which, of course, is the last dungeon music. I don't actually have any on this playlist, Spartan. Here, just for you. I can find it. Too much, Dr. Winter. If we want to finish the MSQ, we could have done that the first day. Because all that requires is going to Ganon and killing him. And that's Twilight era. One moment. Thank you, Kira White Noise, very, very much. I do always appreciate your support. Give me a moment. So that's going towards Hard Space, Shipbreaker, Manifold Garden, and Sunless Cthulhu. You got it. Even stars may die. Probably crazy. Or did I not remember that? This is the sled game for Twilight Princess. There's a fun and also very frustrating minigame. I mean, that's true, Frieza. Which is why that is only 1 negative. But you can't tell me that's in a good state with the game as it is here, right? Unless you are telling that, in which case... Ready. You always gonna do the battle stance, right? Okay. So, I apologize for taking even more time, but ladies and gentlemen, we have now added the durability problem to the review sheet. So this is now where we're standing. This is now firmly and formally up to date. What do you know? It is 18 negatives. I was right. Oh yeah. There's music in towns. It's just don't throwing it out. Look at how much dust is being kicked into the air. My God. And you're probably thinking, well, yeah, it's a town in the desert. But no, I mean, like, this is water. In fact, it looks like this is supposed to be potable water. Because they have it lined with that, ceramic whatever. To keep it out, you know, to keep it clean. Although it's dripping down from a rock, so what the hell do I know?
Savak.
Hi. I found the vow of my dreams, and I just recently married him. Thought I'd finally found happiness, but my husband fell ill with a rare disease. The innards of a Molduga. I would never be able to take down such a creature myself. I asked the soldiers, but they said they have serious issues to deal with. They have no time for my plight. Yeah, the people are shilling sweet rolls all over the place. Yeah, the Molduga's a monster. A terror so savage even other monsters don't approach it. Except for those frickin' Lizalfos. Spotted west of here in the dunes, and yeah, I've already killed 2 of them. Here you go. Here, take the damn thing. My husband was the first vote to ever tell me I was beautiful. That's a low bar, isn't it? But here you go. Molduga guts. You'll give these to me? Uh-huh. Oh, Sarkso. This is all I have to thank you with, but I insist you take it. You're welcome. This will save him. Sniffle, sniffle. Is he okay? Did he make it? Why are you wearing high heels? Yeah, my name's Link. It's kind of like a sturdy Vo name to me. Hope you don't mind, but I may name my Vevi after you, if I ever have one. That's up to you.
Huh?
Information? Don't tell me you know who I am. Who are you? You never heard of the rumor mill? I've heard of it. Oh, thank goodness. If you told me you've never heard of Hyrule's most popular news publication, I don't even know how I'd have taken for the news. I don't know. Sure. I'm Tracy. Hey now, get that wishy-washy garbage out here. Once more, with conviction. I'm Tracy herself from Rumor Mill. And you talk to yourself. It's really terrifying.
Yet another traveler. How did you get in here? Oh. Seems you have something rather interesting there.
You stand before Lady Rigi, chief of the Gerudo. Declare your business, but come no closer. Hold on, Biliara. This one appears to be more than a common traveler. What is your name? Link. What have you come all the way? I can call him Naboris. You get what it takes to subdue something so powerful as a divine beast? No, those who could control it were champions like Lady Urbosa. And all the champions died a year ago. Laura, a memory just jumped into my head. Something my mother spoke of. When a calamity had happened, the Princess of Hyrule placed a fallen swordsman into a deep sleep. He was named Link, though it seemed more legend than fact, because it was, after all, just a year ago. No, villagers know. What of the device on his hip? It appears to be a relic of the Sheikah. What of the weapon on his back? Yeah, that's from a Lionel. Oh. I can't imagine they would give something so valuable to a simple drifter, would you? I don't remember even hearing a Hylian vie amongst the champions. Wait a moment. You're a Vo. A Vo within our walls is a great crime, but a Vo who's a champion. Well, we'd never mistreat a friend of Lady Urbosa. And if you're here to help us with Naboris, then we are allies. You saw it on your way to town. Va Naboris. Naboris? Cloaked in a massive sandstorm, hurling lightning at any who dare approach. We'll do something to stop it. We've yet to find a way to appease the beast on our own. If you're a champion, perhaps you can enter Naboris and calm its anger. Lady Rigi, I am obstinate for no good reason. They must prove their worth. Interesting suggestion. Yes, go prove your worth. Very well. I will get the Thunderhelm. Be a champion, it would be an easy task for him. Alright, let's go fight some Yiga. I mean. Without my heirloom, you'll never be able to approach Naboris. You know, I take heart in having such rare visitors yourself. Lady Urbosa must be looking out for us. Yeah. Sure. Anyways. Yeah, here's a Lionel head. Kathunk. Yeah, I got this. Any other questions? What are you doing in here? This is the barracks of the Chief Guards, not a place for tourists to gather. We're on high alert after the recent theft. You should clear out. What? Ilaria sent you. Apologies, I'm the officer in charge of the soldiers. Captain Teague. Hey, Captain Teague. chief's heirloom was stolen by thieves belonging to the Yiga. We've determined they're in Carusa Valley, but they're all exhausted. I was just thinking about requesting some extra help.
Oh.
Everyone, listen up. Miss Hylian Vi has agreed to help us, so offer her any other information you can.
Oh.
Consider yourself part of our unit. Any questions? My troops will be happy to help. I heard they like bananas. Could actually use another bow right now. Anything else in here? Who are you?
Oh.
Vo and you? During the day, I teach a class on the Vo of the world. At night, I teach cooking classes. Why don't you join us? You might have told me that, Spartan, and if so, I apologize for having forgotten. But either way, that is very cool. I haven't seen Barta. Where's she gone off to?
Oh.
She was going to scout the thieves' hideout, but then she left before we could say anything. Now think about it. She's been gone for 2 days. What happened to her? Are you serious? Why'd you let her go by herself? And why did you wait 2 days to report this?
Oh.
I apologize. She just said she wanted to check it out, and she said she'd be careful, so I thought... Ugh! As if we aren't busy enough looking for the chief's heirloom, now we have to search for Barta, too. If the captain hears about this fiasco, she'll punish us for sure. 100 laps around the desert. Again.
Oh.
No, what do we do?
Oh.
Thinking about it. Could she have been captured by those thieves? No, the Yiga are pathetic except when they're overcompetent. Overcompetent. That's right. It makes me feel so sick to surf around with a sand seal. So you need to have a shield. As you can see. Ugh, we're in the middle of spear training. Teek's permission or no, I would ask you not to interfere. Oh, yeah, sure, of course. Cool. Let's see. Personal salvation? No. Aha! Pokemon Showdown. Thank you. As the thing goes, TMA. Not to be confused with TMI. God, you know, I encountered that literally 24 years ago now, Spartan, in high school. And it wasn't acceptable then either, but it was at least more understandable. That should probably not be a thing anymore. Nice, ours, Bruce. Nah, I want to save all those. Oh, actually. I love how it doesn't tell me who. It's like, I got a donation through Ko-Fi. Okay. Who and how much? Doesn't tell me. I'm actually not a big fan of Ko-Fi, to be honest with you. It's just a bad front end for PayPal. Probably thinking, why have it then? Well, I know several people prefer it, and that's pretty much the reason. Why are you shaking? Stop shaking. Okay, I can at least understand why someone would not consider video game music real music. They're stupid, but I can understand it. How do you not consider John Williams to be real music? Hey, Battlecrow. I'm glad you're liking it, Battlecrow. I know that... Well, you know, I know that these numbers don't look very positive right now. But, you know. Well, first we have to go rescue her, Jelly Leprechaun. Oh, of course, only music written for an orchestra is real. I heard the most nonsensical, casually elitist comment recently. It really threw me. I'm not going to say specifics because that might give away too much who said it. All it was someone who was enjoying the fact that video game music could be turned into real art if it was played by an orchestra. I think that speaks for itself, to be honest with you. Yeah, honestly, I'm with Takoida. Most video game music wasn't made for an orchestra. I mean, that sounds so stupid. I mean, obviously some video game music is, like Dragon Quest VIII or whatever, but you get my point. Or Mario Galaxy. But you get my overall point. Because in addition to the bafflingness of that sentence, it's also demonstrably wrong. Like, if you play the Mario Brothers theme in an orchestra straight, it's gonna sound like crap. Someone very talented and skilled has to interpret that into a manner in which it actually works for the different instruments and different environment. But no. Video game music isn't real music. And forgive me for getting blurg about that, but, well, you know me, I've been listening to video game music since, like, 88, I want to say. Something like that. When did Mega Man 2 come out? In the States. That's the line. Why are Lionel weapons so crap? Or early Lionel weapons, anyways. Now, not to sound dismissive, because honestly, I've heard several proper adaptations of video game music into orchestral stuff. And that's legit. But that's not what we're talking about, is it? So, Yiga. They can teleport. They also die. So how much do you hate me, Ross, for how badly the gameplay is scoring right now? And how many of you have done the math already and figured out that this is currently a net negative game? Okay, I'll go grab one. I don't think it's gonna stay net negative. I probably shouldn't say that, though. Every time I say that, I'm wrong. Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're right, Frieza. I apparently can't math. I was actually looking at that in reverse. -9 plus 7. Quick, I need 2 negatives. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. Sorry. No, of course not, Ross. Don't be silly. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think the way I could explain it is very, very simple. 55 pluses to gameplay is huge. Like, this is a lot of positivity to gameplay here. I'm sure most of you probably didn't notice, because as usual, people only notice the negatives, but the gameplay positives went up quite a bit when I took that 50-minute mental break and just, you know, looked at that. And, like some other games I could mention, the less of this game you play, the more you tend to enjoy it. That's exaggerative, but you get the overall point. Like, if you know what you want out of this game, and you do that, woo! It scored so much on Metacritic. It probably scored so high on Metacritic because most of those people probably didn't actually play the game. To be blunt. I have so much vitriol for game reviewers. Forgive me, professional game reviewers, because they're crap at their jobs. Because they're crap at their jobs. I don't have a better way to put that. Yeah, remember how well Starfield scored in professional review? Spoilers. It was a lot. It was very high. Yeah, exactly, our Spruce. There's a lot of really cool gameplay stuff here. Okay. Let's grab this. There it goes. I guess I just had to hold it there for a second. And yeah, I remember Sterling wouldn't let this go for a while because of how much flack they got over giving this game a good score. On the plus side, unless we find anything else out, I think we have given all the durability negatives we're going to give. So that's nice. I can't say that now. Because I know that we might find other reasons that it's even further bad. Who knows?
Oh?
What are you doing here? This is the hideout of the Yiga. They spot you, they'll call their friends. There's no way you can take them all on. Yep, so. It's mandatory stealth sequences, huh? Cool. I knew it, Nightwing. No, I actually did double check, and it was you, Nightwing. And to say it out loud, thank you very much. As always. And it's fine. The reason it's there is because of, well, situations like yours. Wide net and all that. And some people just have preference. Some people don't want to deal with things like Patreon, and that's fine. No judgment. Honestly, I'm not exactly a fan of Patreon. Because it's Patreon. It's kind of crap, honestly. If it wasn't for the extreme ease of use and international viability, I probably wouldn't use Patreon. But it's a really quick and easy thing for people to go and be like, yeah, here you go, boop, and set up a monthly sub thing. But yes, that's going through at Stellaris. The RPG block. Outer Worlds 2. Okay. Wait, really? On Double Doom? Is there a crab around here? Oh, well. Okay, so. First and foremost, since we did bother to buy this. I actually remember this pretty distinctly. At least in part because it was the first time I really realized just how crazy the climbing mechanism was in this game. Alright, I need to be not hidden, or not detected. Okay, I'll just climb on the walls. Like I'm freaking Spider-Man. And yes, this is the Yiga lair. If we're detected, instant failure. We'll see what we think of it. I remember actually liking this sequence last time, so again, we'll see, we'll see. Where are we at? So they're right there. Yeah, it's like in Wind Waker. Or Four Swords has one of these too. Although I really like the one in Four Swords. But then again, I like a lot of things in Four Swords, so what the hell do I know? Oh yeah, Majora's Mask has one too. And Ocarina has one. Where's the one in Twilight? Also, if you count stealing, there's the one in Link's Awakening. Thief! Of all of the Zeldas, I am the most curious how LTTP is going to score. Because, like, if you put a gun to my head right now, I'd be like, well, I mean, it can't score that well, right? It was a launch title. A tech demo, in many ways. Like, there's no way a tech demo could score that well. Obviously. Obviously. That's just crazy to think otherwise. And yet, you could probably tell based on my tone. I don't know. You know, like... maybe it really will score that well. Nope, 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 no, no. I will admit, LTTP was the first time I became a Zelda fan. And it does do a lot right. Like a weirdly large amount right. What? Hungry. It's true, Savicom. Wait. I don't remember if you can actually save in mid-dungeon here, but... oh, literally won't let me save. Wow. Okay. Guess that answers that. We got him, we got him, we got him. 3 people in this room. I feel like I showed it off at least one suffocon, but I could be wrong. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna dare to be stupid. Look how cold it is down here. Okay. I'm gonna accept everything that just happened there. Please go over the thing. Please go over the log. Oh my god, I can't go over the log. Oh my god, I can't climb on that. Panicking. 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 Definitely panicking now. God damn it. I got screwed over twice by the physics on that section. God damn it. Okay, that's aggravating. Well, congrats, you just closed the door on me. And we're dead. Ugh. I wouldn't be mad, but I got physicsed to death, you know? Like, I didn't make any kind of mistake. I just was physicsed to death. Yeah, I hate to repeat myself, but the Yiga, well, I've already given them a negative. So honestly, enough said, really. Nothing to see here. So here's a question for you, Ross, if you're there. If you hadn't stopped watching me out of violent hatred. I wouldn't blame you. What did you spend your time doing in the game? You said you enjoy it. What did you do? See, that's what we should do, Savicom. We should have those people play Zelda. Look, you can die from physics. And yeah, the general impression is that the Gerudo are very Asari. Dominant genes. So, you know, if a Gerudo has a child with someone, it's going to be a Gerudo female. Oh my god, I'm getting physics again. Look at this. Look at these physics. Look at this. Oh my god. Okay, this is probably another death. I mean, I doubt the creators have thought about it that much, Savacom, so I don't know. No, this is assuredly on purpose, probably because of that chest up there. But this is really frustrating, because I am very stuck now, and I can barely tell what's around me, so I'm probably about to get caught. It looks like we're okay for the moment. I can hear them homing at me back there. I don't think they've detected me yet. They certainly want to detect me. And they have detected me. Alright, so I'll be right back. Let me know when I'm dead. Oh good, I'm dead. See, that sounds like a lot of the positives I've already given Ross. But it sounds like we're on the same page at least. Yeah, imagine if we had the hook shot. Thank goodness that blue glow, or that big glow goes away. No. We just do a full 360 here. Like, there's these super ultra death badasses that can murder you in the face. But also, that's how they react when they see bananas. You might even say they go ape for them. You see their bananas for bananas. And yeah, it does get worse. I'm kind of hoping to beat the boss of this area before the lunch break, but I don't know if I'm going to manage that at the moment. I just realized I missed out on all those bananas, but at this point, I'm not even sure I care. This place has pissed me off too much. Damn it, there's like an obvious path through the middle. Why not let me take it, game? Why? Why do you hate joy? I'm actually curious why they don't allow save stating, or saving here. Like, really, there's nothing you can do to cheese it. It's just getting some progress locked in, right? That's all that's really happening if you do that. Yeah, but there's no cheesing it. At least, granted, I don't have the mind of an exploiter, so maybe there is some cheese strat I don't know about. Oh, that would actually make sense. This is probably a static area. Interesting. A lot of death over there. I wasn't trying to get that chest, I was just trying to get up here, where I currently am. That startled the hell out of me for no good reason. What kind of cheese, Savacam? For there are many. Really, game? Alright, let's open the obvious trap. Okay, it wasn't a trap. Who knew bananas are so bouncy? I guess we could pull the chests out. I mean, whatever. They're all traps, I'm sure. Although we haven't really seen a lot of mimic action in the Zelda franchise. Okay, I'll give you that. That's actually clever. In case you missed that, there's a chest, no obvious way to proceed, and the chest's in the sand. How do you get chests out of the sand? Well, by the point we've gotten here, we already know how to do that because we've got tutorialized to that on the plateau. Just entering this mode makes that visible. That's clever. I will give you that, game. So, ready for the supreme evil cultist, ruler of the damned who seek to end the world by worshipping a demonic force? Who the heck are you? What are you doing in my napping spot? Wait a minute. Thing on your hip. Could that be a Sheikah slate? That's a Sheikah slate, then that means it's you! You're that link guy I've been looking for. Oh, what luck! Oh, my scouts are out in the field wandering high and low, but you just wandered into my hideout. Oh, I say. Oh, excuse me. I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm the leader of the Yiga clan. The strong, the burly, the one, the only. Master Koga. Prepare yourself. Oh, okay. So, listen, I've already got DPS gear. Not fully upgraded, I'll give you. Are you just gonna... Okay. They really do, Frieza. You're like, you're gonna fight him in the exact right way. Screw you. Which can work. Ah! Didn't even do anything. Alright, whatever. Okay. Okay, so you shoot him in phase 1. And then you shoot him in phase 2, and then Magnesis. He's also immune to ancient arrows. That's interesting. Whatever. Alright, I should probably eat. You know, you're not worth my actually good weapons. Wow, that was a hard set change right there. Phase change, I mean. Yeah, I might waste some easier, lower quality weapons on him. Let's pull out these stupid things. Oh, that's instantaneous. Okay, good to know. Yeah, he can fly and levitate and do it really badly. Hi. Insert episode 9 joke here. He's so terrifying. I'm just glad this guy doesn't come back in Tears of the Kingdom. No. No. Yeah, Zant, I don't want to say like they're bullet pointing themselves again, but Zant worked because they worked to make Zant work. This guy just comes out of nowhere like, hi! Who would have thought I'd be done in like this? And by this guy of all people. Oh, I've lost my accent. I think I'm just going to stand there and let this stand? Do you? Oh, almost lost my temper there. I'm in pain. Can't go out this way. What to do? What to do? Got it. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, TSP. I need to bust out my serious moves. A secret technique taught by my father's mother's father. It will destroy you. This is the end. You just did that one. Maybe it's just a tad too big. Are you still over there? Well, no matter. Pretty soon you'll be gone. And not just from my line of sight. Only the leader of the Yiga clan can use the secret technique. It is the ultimate. Goodbye. The Yiga clan will track you to the end of Hyrule. Yeah, this is the leader of the Yiga. The super hyper competent Death Dooms. This guy. And see, that's my problem with the Yiga. If they were all like this, if they were full-on Team Rocket or actually Team Skull or Team Yell would be a better example of what I'm talking about, I wouldn't mind. In fact, I'd be in favor of that. Make them all ridiculous. Cool. But instead, like, you remember, we've already covered a story arc. It was a secondary story, but it was still there. About how, like, nobody leaves the Yiga clan. We will murder your children unless you give us intel on the Kakarikoans, and we will use it to infiltrate them, and then we will kill the High Hyrule hero in his sleep. And it's like, that just doesn't fit, right? It doesn't work there. I don't remember where the shrine in here is. Is this a DLC shrine? Hang on. And yeah, if I'm not mistaken, please correct me if I'm wrong, the Yiga attacks get worse after this, don't they? Okay, this is a DLC shrine. Okay, this is a DLC shrine. Cool. Let's nuke that. Ah, that would make sense, Frieza. I don't even remember what causes the world up. Do you mind sharing, Frieza? Because I don't remember. I have no brain, as is obvious by the fact that I couldn't figure out the arrow thing. Brain be gone. Whoops. Pay attention more. I can't save now. You know, if you really wanted them to have super magic and also be incompetent, maybe make it so that some asshole was like, "Hey, I'll recruit you, and I'll teach you magic." But the only people who were stupid enough to join... Is she seriously gone? Oh my god. The only people who were stupid enough to take the dude up on his offer were, you know, idiots. So sure, they have real magic, but they're bumbling morons because they were the best recruits, right? And yeah, I realize I'm just describing the Foot Clan, but whatever. Gotcha, Frieza. So it's a more gradient thing than I thought. I thought it was like a set poise thing, like each time you hit a shrine, you know, +1 level kind of a deal. Yeah. That's true, they're all very dramatic. You can do anything you want here, man. Anything. You want a pack of smokes? Because I have no freaking imagination, and all I want to do is smoke when told I can do anything. I've heard so many people make fun of that over the years. In fact, I think I did, too. Alright, I love that movie to death, but wow. I mean, they were idiots. That was sort of the point. Can I teleport? Can I just teleport out of here? I probably can. I should probably do that. Yeah, fair enough, Savacom. You can do anything you want. Can I have a cheeseburger? No. Actually, I would love that. Just, can I have some smokes? No. It's bad for your health. Quit that. But I thought, no. What's wrong with you? Hey, this dude wants cigarettes. What? And they all, like, do this whole thing, this after-school special. So, you see... Speaking of which, have you started grilling yet, Ross? Excuse me. Speaking of things I haven't done yet today, I've decided only to do the 2, because all the other ones give absolute junk. Like, seriously, just junk. Not even worth picking up junk. So we'll just do those 2. Apparently today is a fish day. Well, I got a bow, so that's nothing. It's not nothing, rather. Nice. That's a good question, Frieza. I don't know. She's on the 2nd floor. Normally people aren't allowed into her sleeping quarters, but she's given you special permission. Don't worry, she's definitely not going to crush on us. No female in a Zelda game would ever crush on Link. Oh god, I don't know, Venetia. Let me think about that. I mean, the married ones tend to not, Savacom. No, that's actually totally coincidental, believe it or not, Ross. Well, that's why I said crush, our spruce. Although I'm actually with you on that, but whatever. Time and place. You got time. Give it another decade. Okay. That should only be like another 40 minutes. I suppose, yeah, this is probably going to be faster, so sure, whatever, we'll just do this. So Zelda Dungeon for Azeroth. We only get 1. So it has to be something endemic to Azeroth. Probably using that word wrong. So I would probably focus it on something about using and fell. I think. Something that... No, something iconic is what I meant, Anisha. I don't know, what the hell does endemic mean? Maybe I'm just an idiot. Hang on. Endemic. Well, no, that actually qualifies. Regularly occurring within an area or place, native or restricted to a certain place. So yeah, indicative of. I was actually using that right, holy crap. Hem. But, you know, iconic to Azeroth. We'll use a better word there. Listen, self-confidence is not something I have, so and I apologize for the massive amount of notes I left on your story, by the way. Oh yeah, we could... That's actually not a bad idea. We could switch back and forth. We could have it be a Fel and Void kind of a thing. And maybe, if we really want to be crazy, we could add Light into that mix. But Light is harder to turn into a non-story thing, whereas Fel and Void both have gameplay connotations. Fel burns, right? You put something in Fel and it burns to make something happen. Void is subtractive. Void removes, and therefore can be used to, like, you know, you have to use Void power on a lake of fire to remove the lake of fire so you can pass, right? It's actually, I like that. We could use Light to initial. So I'm thinking the weapon we get from the dungeon is Light, and it allows us to project a field of light. And I realize I'm just quoting Metroid Prime 200. I don't care. So you get a light weapon halfway through the dungeon that allows you to just make your own safe zones. To just push through things. And that's also how you reach the boss and how you defeat the boss, obviously. And yeah, like a void mop. I love you, Bragwin. So... actually answered. Yeah, I think the only way I could continue answering that question is to go much more in depth and detail than I think I'm capable of doing. So that's the general theme. Fel and Void, and you have to use, you know, you have to subtract and you have to burn in order to accomplish the puzzles and move your way through it. And I would probably have the enemies themed around that too. And the whole time there's like light zones that are safe or can be used to like reset a particular part of the dungeon, which you can also use to progress through the dungeon in multiple manners. Then you get to the halfway point, you get the light whatever. Maybe make it Ashbringer to keep it on brand. And then, all right, you know, or the Staff of the Naru, the priest weapon. I've been waiting for you. Hair is so long. I wish my hair was that long. But you needn't say a word. As Chief of the Gerudo, I can sense the power of the heirloom flowing from you. I know you've succeeded. I am, as you've no doubt noticed, still but a child. People look at me with nothing but warmth in their eyes, but even this brings me some pain, I must admit. I've tried so hard to be worthy of their love, to be worthy chief, to prove myself that I was worthy too. When my family heirloom was stolen, it felt as though a shadow had fallen over me. Yes, your arrival in the midst of all this must be the work of Lady Urbosa. Please give me the helm. Yeah, here you go. How do I look? Terrible! How do you see?
Ah, well, you certainly got here fast. I should have expected as much, from the princess's own appointed knight. She was out on a survey all day today. Still as the sands now. So, spill it, boy. Have the two of you been getting along all right? It's okay, I know. Your silence speaks volumes. She gets frustrated every time she looks up and sees you carrying that sword on your back. It makes her feel like a failure when it comes to her own destiny. Don't worry, it's not like you carry blame in any of this. It's unfortunate. She's put in more than enough time. Ever since she was a young girl, she's gone through rigorous daily routines to show her dedication. She once passed out in the freezing waters trying to access this sealing power. And she has nothing to show for it. That's the motivation driving her research. I'd be doing the same thing. She really is quite special. You be sure to protect her with your life. It's quite the honor. The night brings a chill. It's probably time we take her in. Or...
Barbosa! What was that? Did you feel that? Wait, what? How did you... What are you doing here?
Dick.
What's so funny?
Also establishes her as a mage. I mean, she was the DPS of the party, so that kind of tracks. What's wrong? You're just staring. Anyway, what matters now is how is it? It's a tad too big. The threat divine beast Van Oboris poses has only grown since we began searching for the heirloom. I believe Gerudo town itself may be in danger. Lady, with the amount of sand it's kicking up, you're in danger now. As chief and as Gerudo. Must find some way to stop it. Will you help me? Duh. Would have thought that just before a momentous battle, hearing a simple, confident pledge of support would be what puts me at ease. Alright. We must get to the sand seal. The lookout post isn't far, but you should take a sand seal. I'll be waiting there. Yes, it is a little big. I have been near a sandstorm in real life. So, if you know what that means, you know that I have been in a lot of sand that's hard to see in. But not at the point where it was literally cutting into my skin. This is down in... where is that? It's not actually in Death Valley, it's like right by Death Valley. Imperial Desert? No, that's not right. It's Southern California. Might have been out in the Mojave. I don't know. Anyways. I like your idea, Venetia. Although you're right, I didn't actually give you a location for my dungeon, did I? I suppose the obvious answer would be the Tomb of Sargeras, something that ties into Warcraft 2, as well as Warcraft 3 and World of Warcraft, so... maintaining that kind of iconic significance throughout the franchise. I mean... yeah, Spartan, I agree. The density of the game gets a lot better once you start doing the MSQ-y stuff. Oh yeah, the Avatar of Sargeras, which you can weaken with Void and then damage with Light. Which is constantly glutting itself on Fel. Or, because I like alternate strategies for bosses, you can just outlast him, because Fel is burning. So he's burning his own health to fight you, and if you outlast him, then he just kills himself. Either way, I like the idea, Venetia. Good idea. You know what's an even better idea? Pausing for lunch. Now, get your bets in right now. Will I actually have time to play some of this game off camera? Vote now.